camera is driving me crazy. Sorry, everyone. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix it. Come on. Figure video. Well, I guess it is what it is. Okay. All right. I think we're working, but let me check the audio again. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix it. Oh, Rebecca, are you talking too quiet? Figure video. Well, I guess. Sorry, guys. The audio checks. Okay. All right. I think we're working, but let me check the audio again. I don't know if I'm going to be able to fix it. Oh, Rebecca, are you talking to? Okay, it's weird. Like one of my cameras has been very loud, and like I have to. The other camera is being. Oh, do I have any filters on this? No, I don't. Okay. For whatever reason, the other camera is being really quiet. So if things are too quiet or too loud, please let me know and I will adjust. But good morning, everyone. I am Rebecca from ChemKnits, and today we're going to dye up some rainbow yarn and raise some money for the Trevor project. I like to do this every June to honor and celebrate Pride because I love creating rainbows and dyeing rainbow everything, but also the Trevor Project is an organization that I wholeheartedly support. And so it is my joy to do this fundraiser. And so welcome everyone. And let me get, I guess, started. Okay. All right, let me tell you a little bit about, I was like, why is it showing nothing down there? It's because my counter is bare. So the Trevor Project is an organization that provides support and crisis intervention to LGBTQ and questioning youth. They have multiple different ways you can reach out and have someone to talk to. There's a number you can call. There are ways that you can text, and I think you can even go through the website. And so as a parent and a human, I think that this kind of support is really important because while like I would hope I'm someone that my kids and my friends could turn to, I also really want to make sure that they're all available, that there is a neutral, safe place that they can go and talk to. And I have the Trevor Project website linked down in the video description. And so you can go and you can donate directly through their website. YouTube will cover all of the transaction details. And so you can donate sort of, if you're in the live chat, you can see there's like a little like hand heart over there. And so you can donate through there directly. And again, YouTube will cover any of the payment processing fees. And then, so that's what YouTube will do. But then if you're watching this on a replay or on a different video, there should be a donate button on the YouTube screen. And I think that, there being sources of 24-hour support are so important. And so I hope that you guys will join me in making some donations to the Trevor Project today. Now, I started off, which funnily, I can't see anywhere the total. So I'll have to like check in on that periodically, I suppose. But to see like how much we've raised, but I started off the donations with $50. If we hit $300 of the goal, I will donate another $200. So that way to get to like the first 500, basically the first 500 for 250 raised, I'll be matching that, but I started with 50. So yeah, if we pass $300, I will donate another $200 to the Trevor Project during the stream or after the fact, if that happens after the stream. And so, yeah. I really like being able to support them. And yeah, we're gonna jump in and play with some rainbows. I'm trying to think if there's any other announcements because I'm like, why can't I see? I'm like, can I see it on my iPad? Hello and welcome. See, I see a donate now button, but I don't see. Oh, there I can see it. But it says 0. That's funny. Okay, no, now I see 50. Okay, so if I have the live chat up on the iPad monitor, then I can't see the total we've raised. But if I put that away, then I can see. All right, so let's get started. I don't have much of a plan for the yarn today. I have a lot of stuff pre-soaking. I have a lot of colors available. And so we might take some requests and we're just going to play with color and have fun. You're seeing 50? Okay, that's my $50. Cool. Because, yeah, it was just when I clicked on the About This fundraiser, that's when it said 0, but maybe that just hasn't updated. But on the other thing, I see it. So that is funny. Yes. Okay, thank you, thank you. I'm going to make sure that I will be able to see what's happening over at the counter. And let's go to the counter and adjust this camera too, because of course, figure video, because I adjusted things. And yes, please let me know if things go wildly out of focus. I mean, there's nothing on the counter right now. But we're going to start. So the hard thing for me, and the reason why sometimes I don't know when things go wonky, is that there's like a minute delay between what is happening right now, like when I'm touching this, and when I'm seeing it. So when I look at the iPad, that's my monitor, then I can't see, the texts, or the chats come through, I think, in real time, but I can't see. Yeah, I can't see what's happening. But I figured I'd start off with a little bit of a spoiler. See if that's on. Oh my God, you can't see it at all. Well, we're going to have to adjust that. Okay, we're going to overexpose things briefly so you can check out this beautiful moody rainbow that I have. This is something that I'm actually creating for this month's Die Pot PS. And I'm going to tell you more about what I did in a moment. But I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to set up a poll because I need to wash this yarn. And so then you can help me decide what to do. Okay, what yarn should we dye first? Yak blend, non-superwash lace, superwash bulky, and I have a superwash decay. Cool. All right, and I'll let you guys pick the yarn that we're going to do first. I haven't decided what we're going to do. Spoiler, and I show you the void. Yep, that's exactly it. But I was like, I needed to wash it, and so I'm like, oh, I should just go ahead and show this at the beginning of the stream. But then I have to wash it, and that's not going to be entirely on camera, so that's not as exciting. I'll have to remember to adjust the lighting when I'm done with it. Okay. But I'm going to film a clip. All right. I let this yarn cool overnight, and we'll see how much, if any, dye is left in here, which, all right, I'm seeing a little bit of yellow. I'm seeing some staining on the pan, but I'm feeling optimistic. Let's go wash it. All right, and while you guys vote in the poll, this is just me filming a lovely washing clip off camera. All right, we just have to hope that it's not going to bleed because I have no idea how much dye I added. But let's add a little bit of some clear dish soap into our water. And since we did add dye powders on here, we might see like a little bit of something come out. But that's really not bad given how dark and saturated this yarn is. Oh, I do see a hint of our base color right there. But fantastic, fantastic. Okay, as I fill up my basin and come and adjust this back to a non-void, the way I created that yarn is I used the dark palette that I use all the time, but I added brown. I dyed the yarn brown before I started, and I think that fixed any problems that I've had in the past. Okay, let's see. Oh yeah, we are so good. Like there is a tiny hint of something, but that is almost nothing. I'm gonna rinse this a couple more times, and I'm gonna pop the yarn in my spin dryer and hang it up to dry. Okay, and as I'm doing that, the color options that I have, obviously we have rainbows today. The goal is to create a bunch of rainbows. I have the colors I used for the dark rainbow, but I'm not going to do the exact same thing I did here because that video will come out at the end of June for ChemKnits patrons and then in July for everyone else. But I do have the dark palette that you've seen me use before. It just won't be quite this moody and awesome. Because in the past, I've tried adding black first to our yarn. And the problem with adding a black to like a mustard yellow is that then it turns a little bit greenish. And then adding the black to an orange turns it very brown. But if instead I start with a warmer color like a brown, we still are in the brown family with that yellow and the orange, but they feel deeper and they don't feel as disconnected as sometimes they felt too bright compared to like a navy and a forest green. And the brown was still neutral enough that it did not shift the brown or like the purple or anything too much. And so that was super, super exciting for me. Yak blend. But basically, I started because I was like, oh, I have this yak blend, right? That I love dyeing. And it looks great with all the colors. And so I'm like, because that yarn base was just stroll. And so I'm like, let's create something like that. Okay, but so I have, this really does look like I used a yak blend, but you can see some of the brown I started with, but holy moly, I'm obsessed with this. Let's see. Okay, so we have for colors, I have my neons. I have my Dharma neons. I have the dark rainbow. Oh, Carla, you donated 25, but it didn't seem to credit me. Oh, if you donated through the Trevor project, then it might not. Let me see. Thank you for donating. Oh yeah, I don't see. I don't know why it didn't update. Because if you donate through YouTube, then it should update. I'll check and see if I can see it. But I'll write that down. Because if you donate through the website, then I don't think YouTube would put it on the thing. It looks like a sepia filter. Exactly. Exactly. Okay. I'm going to go hang up the yarn to dry. But like, I'm so happy that the orange and yellow finally feel more muted without shifting away from their pretty. Okay, but I was starting to say I have primary colors, my classic primary colors. I have dye powders in neons and in dark rainbow families. And so that's what I have easily grabbable, but I can always grab other stuff too. And I definitely want to start off with more countertop-based techniques, either countertop or things that would be cold processed, mainly because I want to start that way because once I bring the hot plate over, I can't really remove it. And so that is what I need to do, my consideration. Oh, you use the link in the tagged post? Gotcha. So yeah, that won't show up. Oops. Oh my gosh, why did this one go? Speaking of overexposed, there we go. Oh, it's because the light in here shifted. The sun came out. I was like, what happened? Yeah, so you can absolutely donate through the link in the pinned post. I'll write that down. And so like if we hit $275, then I'll donate $200. And so I think that through their website, there's other matching and things going on for people who donate through to the Trevor Project. But for YouTube to see it, you have to use let me see how it shows up on the browser, because I'm watching on an iPad. Sorry, this is totally shaking the
Even when your room is 80 degrees.
Nope, we don't need that. Okay, so yeah, there's a donate button under the video on the webpage, or in the live chat, there is a heart donate now button. And those are the ones that would show up on the ticker, if that makes sense. But I will certainly accept, Carla, that $25 towards my goal of hitting 300. So now, if we get to 275, then I'll donate $200. So that is my goal for the stream. Okay. Let's grab some of our colors that we have and then think about how we're going to do this. Okay, because in the yarn I had just showed you, I had honey mustard, saffron spice, dark navy, forest green, cabernet, and deep purple. Those were the colors that I used. Now, and then I had used teddy bear brown on it at first. Now I also have over here purple pop, fluorescent fuchsia, fluorescent safety orange. Nope, that's the wrong yellow. Fluorescent lemon, radioactive, Caribbean blue. Caribbean blue is not fluorescent. Now the dye stocks I have mixed up are Caribbean blue, deep magenta, and brilliant yellow. So I have those colors available as well. Then I have some black, but now I'm like, I have a Dharma unboxing that I probably, yeah, no worries. You made a donation to the Trevor Project. That is wonderful. I need to check to make sure I ordered more of brilliant yellow. I'm having like a mini panic attack that I didn't, even though, I mean, it shows, okay, no, show me what I ordered. Silver gray, true black, brilliant yellow, perfect. I was like, that container felt very light. Now, one thing I do with my diary, so I have two Post-its on the front. One, oh, funny. And I haven't unboxed what I ordered, but I was like, I list ones that are running low and then noted when I ordered them. So I'll be able to cross all those off. And then all of those I'll be able to add down to my list of unopened colors, things that I've ordered, but haven't needed to open up because I was like low, but not out. And so then that way, in just the situation, I can be like, oh no, did I order it? Did it come? Ah, I need that color. So that's one of the ways I deal with that. And nope, over there. Although I will drink something. Okay. I want to make sure. Oh, I can see the chat. And it looks like the yak blend is our winner. And so I'm tempted. I kind of think I want to do like neon speckles. Especially because I just showed such a moody colorway. Okay, so this is how I think we're going to do this. I'm going to put you away. We're going to need a yarn mop if I'm dealing with dry dye powders. And so we have this skein of Stroll that has pre-soaked, gosh, I guess just overnight. And the skein is disordered, which means it's a perfect yarn mop. Oh man, okay. Let's add 4 tablespoons of white vinegar in here to add some acid. So I love having fluorescent colors on yak blends and the way that it glows. It is, excuse me, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Now, sometimes people wonder why I use, am I tempted to bring over another yarn too? Nah, we just have 200 grams. So this is that yak, which I believe I might be plus or minus 5%. I believe it is 10% yak, 10% nylon, 80% superwash merino wool, but I'm going to go double check that. That is information I can verify. I could be off. Okay, I was wrong. 20% yak. 70% superwash merino, 20% yak, 10% nylon. So I was close. Close, but not all the way there. Okay. You are dirty. You are tongs. Okay, so we only need to sit in the acid for a little bit. Now, whenever I'm dealing with dry dye powders, I will be wearing my deluxe rubber respirator mask, safety glasses, and gloves. So that way I don't risk inhaling any of the powders. But I do need to clean my safety glasses because it's been getting harder and harder for me. I think just with finger oils. Oh, please tell me I did not just crack that. I have a backup pair, but I like this other pair better. But the other day I was like, I can't see. That's so hard. Okay. And actually, while I am here, I'm going to update the pinned. If we hit 275, I will I'm going to put that goal in writing. But yeah, if people ask, tell them to donate with the little heart. Oh, maybe I should actually redo this. you can also go straight to their website. Okay. There we go. Cool. Hopefully that will be clear. Okay. Let's do this. And I can see better because I fixed my glasses. Oh my gosh. So then the other question that I always have is whether or not I want to do it straight on the counter or do it inside a steam pan. And sometimes it's a little bit easier to do some kind of countertop speckled colorway inside a secondary container because then you're less likely to have issues. And I'm having another hesitation with my steamer basket set up. All right, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up my other steamer basket. That's a pan I have to clean. Where's the basket part? There it is. Because we'll apply the dye and then I'll heat it with a steamer basket. Okay. Okay, but I don't actually need to put the steamer basket in the pot yet. I can just heat that up. Okay, we have those heating, which means we can get going. I feel like that it could be hard to see what's happening, and I don't have to stick. Like, I have a feeling I'm going to do something that's going to be a bit like repeating. I definitely don't have to stick that way, but I like it, so we might. Okay, so as I said, our yak blend is 70% superwash merino wool, 20% yak, 10% nylon. Our yarn mop, which is the skein of yarn that I'm going to use to wipe any excess dye that's on my hands onto it, that is 75% superwash merino wool, 25% nylon. Now, nylon is a synthetic fiber, but it is a polyamide, which is the same kind of structure as proteins. And therefore, it's the same structure as proteins, and so therefore you get, it picks up dye, acid dyes, just like wool does, which is great. And let's get that dirt off of the counter. Okay, I'm gonna move, my computer further away. And we're going to lay out our yarn. Now, the thing that I'm not using here is plastic wrap. And that is something that you can maybe hear my hesitation a tiny bit. Because if I were to use plastic wrap, I could then wrap up the yarn in the end, and color that is on this section of the yarn won't touch that section. So that is definitely something that can be beneficial. But I don't care if we get the colors to move around and transfer very much. And so therefore that is okay as well. Now you'll notice that I took this yarn and I scrunched it. Oh, I was looking, I'm like, why am I not seeing the real time? Because it was on the YouTube side. Okay. And the reason why I scrunched it like this is because when the yarn is sort of straight like here, some of the yarn is very much on the bottom, some of it is in the middle of that section. And if I take it and sort of scrunch it, I'm spreading it out and exposing more yarn. But the other thing I'm doing is by not having it straight, if you think about like when a hairdresser will tease hair before putting the color on, if I were to apply color in a straight section right here, it would be pretty straight and regimented. If I move it around like this, if I do a straight line, when that straightens out, it's not necessarily going to be as straight of a line. It's going to vary that edge a little bit. And so that's just a preference that I have, and it works well on camera. Okay. And I think, oh my, this is going to be shaky. Cool. Actually, it does not need to be HD, or does not need to be 4K. So I can do this time lapse in case I make a short, but you guys have a better view. Oh, I need to put my respirator mask on. So I will sound more muffled now. This is why I end up doing time lapses a lot when I'm using dry dye powders, because I find it's harder to breathe with the mask on. And so then I find that my sentences tend to be shorter, and I take like a pause to take a breath. Okay. How do I want to do this? Because I could do pink through purple. Part of me, maybe later we'll do one with plastic wrap and do it in like a full circle versus back and forth. But this one, we're going to be simple for the first colorway. Let's start with our fluorescent fuchsia. And so I am taking our color and I'm going chunky. This base, the That Yes base, does start dark. Like, it looks really dark right now. It will feel less dark over time. When it dries, it's more of like a light oatmeal color. Now, the other thing I have to do is I have to go take my hands and dry them before we go into the next color. If you introduce too much moisture into your dyes, then they can clump. At least we have the yarn mop on camera today, because otherwise I don't know how much of this you can see. Because right now, like, the orange is looking nice and bright, because I'm going for very heavy, chunky speckles here. But I feel like it's not going to show up that well on camera. But again, we have the yarn mop so we can see the brightness. Now, these neon colors are spreaders, which means that they don't stay put super well, so they may spread a lot onto our yarn, but the goal is to have some of that fabulous brown color remaining in our yarn. And so that is what we're hoping for. And so what I'm doing is I'm taking a pinch of the powder and letting it fall onto the yarn. And how much powder to use is something that comes with time and experience. Because over the years, there have been times when I've used way too much powder and times that I've used not enough. What I like to recommend is that less is more when you're starting, because you can always like heat set your yarn and then add more color. But you can't take that color away easily, and you can have a dye that bleeds for a long time. Now, I got a little bit spoiled with our fluorescent lemon and fluorescent safety orange, because you could see the brightness of the powders on the yarn. The radioactive is a little bit harder to see. So maybe we're a little heavy. I mean, I have to think about how I want to do this because, oh, when I flip it, there's so much dye on the counter that I'm getting nervous. But you know what? It's going to be beautiful. It's going to be fine. I mean, I can see the colors. I just don't know if the camera can see the colors. It's why whenever I'm doing like a mini skein set or something, I'm always paying a lot of attention on when I'm doing mini skein sets. I pay a lot of attention to the yak because I can't see it. So if I'm doing something with speckles, I sort of make sure to knowingly put them on the yak, and then I can be pretty confident that it's there. And it's okay if our colors overlap some. It's been a while since I've done a lot of speckles, which I'm saying mainly because I'm feeling it in my hand. Woo-wee. And as I work, feel free to come in with questions, requests, suggestions. Part of the fun about doing this live is that I can share, but I know it's not like you're looking like very much right now. Okay. It's like, yeah, you can barely see it. At least you get to see the mop. So then there's something there. In person, it looks awesome. Now, there are times when I like to do speckles with, what do you call them? Spice jars. And shake the powders on. But I don't like to do that with straight dye powder. I like to do that with powders that I'm diluting with something. Okay. And that is our purple pop. Oh man, I wish, I'm probably going to need a, like this looks so cool right now, and I don't think you guys could see it at all. I'm going to see, well, the problem is my hands are so sweaty that if I take the gloves off, I don't think I can get that back on. So you know what? Do I want to let this sit a minute? I do. Okay, here's what we're going to do. I'm washing and drying my gloves, which I know means I'm probably not going to be able to reuse these gloves today, but I have a spot where I keep them, and I should be able to use them a different day. Because I have to let them dry to be able to put them back on my hands. Okay, I'm going to see if I can get a photo. I'm going to set a timer for 5 minutes. Just to give the yarn a little bit of time for the dye to soak in. Oh, this is so pretty. Okay. Now I need these pictures to upload. But let me see if I can adjust. Oh, you can kind of see it. No, that doesn't really help. I mean, I don't think I'm going to leave it here, but then you can kind of, if I adjust the brightness, you can see those deep colors a little bit through the yak. It's just so dark that it's really hard to see. Oh my goodness. Yeah, okay. The reason why we're waiting 5 minutes, and I'm gonna write this down, this is Neon Rainbow. The reason why, I have words, the reason why I'm waiting 5 minutes, oh goodness, these are questions, and I'll answer this in a sec. Why did this not come up? over there. Shit. Sorry everyone. I almost knocked something down. Oh, because I didn't have it. I couldn't see the questions because the iPad like didn't move with what was current. Okay. I can see it now. Let me see. Question. You dyed some yarn earlier in the week where you pinched down your fingers and rubbed it onto the yarn. And then rubbed it. Yes. Was that for... That was more like the yarn mop. Was that the yarn mop, the orange one? Have I tried that rub and dye on yak before? I don't think I've ever done like any kind of dry rub or something on this base. I might do that technique in a little bit, but I don't think I've tried that on this particular yarn. I'm getting impatient. Oh man, I feel like I might need, actually, before I find new gloves, let me go ahead and prep another yarn mop skein. Oh, I do also have soft links that I can use. I just haven't pre-soaked any of them. And so we may play around with that. I think I want to do something with the neon and the dark colors at some point. Okay, so I'm taking a dry skein of Stroll and just soaking it in that water with acid. That way I have it and I can grab it when the time is right. This is so freaking beautiful. Whew! Yeah, my videos post very, very much out of order. I'm curious. Okay, there's not that much fall through. Because the concern always when you flip yarn is like if there's a lot of dye on the counter, then how you want to deal with that. But we'll be okay. Okay. The problem with the yak is that, and again, on the iPad I can barely see it. It's so dark. Ow. I put on a glove and tore off the edge and it snapped me like a rubber band. You guys, I'm having a day with it. Okay. We are almost up to 5 minutes. There's 26 seconds left. That counts. It's no hard or fast rule. I just set timers to keep me on track. Okay. On the DSLR, I can see it. So now I'm going to pick up the yarn and carefully flip it, trying to not rub things too much, but also trying to expose yarn without dye on it. So with the direct powder application, I am not going to need to flip this a million times. Now, one thing I could have done, and maybe I should have done, was take that yarn mop of mine and pop it in a steamer basket while I waited just to set those colors a little bit. And so now I don't have a very clear definition of where each color was placed. I'm just going to be using my best judgment. This is so pretty. Okay. I mean, I always love these neon yarn mops. I'm gonna, I'm like debating if I need to get the second one, popping up some of this dry powder that I can see. See, yeah, at some point you can't really get the dye off of your skin easily. Okay, this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to pop this in the steamer basket. And bring out a new one. Because I know I'm going to play with these neon colors even more. And then we can build on them without the dyes moving around too much. Which hopefully that makes sense. Okay. Let's do this. I don't need to use a ton. You know what I haven't ever really done? Is apply dye really only to one side of our yarn and then the other. Ooh, maybe that's what I should do with our next colorway. If I remember, my brain is still working. Maybe we'll take the yarn, we'll apply like the neons on one side, and then flip it and apply other colors on the other. I really like the orange because I can see it. Now, sometimes, and I can see right now that this isn't one of those times, but sometimes the green and the yellow can look really, really similar on the yak, especially if they're not pigmented, but doing this kind of dry powder technique that has them being more pigmented. But yeah, I don't think I ever used the yak as a yarn mop. I think it's so hard to see when things are pastel that it isn't the best candidate for me. But it's also not a bad one. Oh, that was a lot. Whoops. So the other thing to be aware of when you're doing dry dye powders is that sometimes you might get like a big clump, and that's not what you want. I'm like trying to pick that up. Not only am I going to put some here, I'm going over to the steamer basket to just spread that yellow out a little bit more. Because the plan is, without a lot of movement, you want the dyes to dissolve on the yarn. If they don't dissolve, then they'll rinse out and you'll have bleeding. So you might be more likely to get some bleeding on yarn you do this technique with versus a lot of other techniques. And that is purely, as I cannot see the screen at all. And that is purely because there could be undissolved dye powder. Now we may have some big gaps of color in here, and that's fine. The goal is to just have something like chunky and colorful. And I don't know how much we'll see with the black light now. Sometimes when it's wet, the black light doesn't work well, but we could try. Maybe I'll do it out of the steamer basket because I want to be able to take the mask off for a bit. If you're just tuning in, we are raising money for the Trevor project today. And if we hit $275 on the YouTube fundraiser, I will donate another $200. And so that is my goal for, and if we hit that milestone after the stream is over, I will still honor that pledge. I was like, there's a piece of purple on the ground and I got nervous. It was just my glove. Part of the glove I hit. I set the goal for the fundraiser at $1,000. My actual goal is to hit 500. But I wanted to just set it bigger and see what we can do. Okay. I love Purple Pop, but it is such a finicky, tricky color. And I am so close to the edge that I don't like that. I don't like being that close to the edge, which is a reason why sometimes I really, really like dyeing yarn in a secondary container, because then you're less likely to have anything spill over. But this yarn is so pretty. Okay. I'm grabbing the yarn mop. I popped in the steamer basket for a bit. I'm going to do the same thing with this one. And then we are going to go ahead and steam set our yak blend. So to do this, I am laying the yarn on top of each other. I'm going to carefully pick it up and put it in the basket like so. It may touch each other. That's fine. We're going to let that steam for 30 minutes. Okay, and in the meantime, our second mop only had a minute or two, but we're going to take these yarns and bring them onto the counter. And I'm not really rubbing because I don't really want to blend the colors, but I do want to mop it up. Maybe I'll need to rub a little bit. But some of these colors are big spreaders, and I don't want everything to turn out muddy. But we now have two very nice neon rainbow yarn mops. And I will clean up the rest of this counter with, because you'll see, like at some point you start streaking the colors more. But I will continue to clean this up, but we'll go steam set this for 30 minutes as well. Okay. You are going to need to get rinsed off, and we need to clean. And then we can decide what we're going to do for our next one. Dang it. Okay. Checking my floor, and the only thing I see is dirt. Which I don't love admitting, but I see no evidence of any pigment down there, which has me very happy. Okay. Oh yeah, this is why my work surface is protected with a shower curtain. So this is why sometimes I will do the speckling in a steam pan, just because it protects the edges. Okay. I'm going to write down that idea that I had, because I wonder if that would work better with a fingering weight yarn. Okay. Oh, breathing. Oh, fresh air. Okay. We'll get started on our next project in a sec. You can see how red my face got from that. Okay. Okay, that idea that I had was to speckle with neon on one side, flip, and do dark. And the reason why that is kind of interesting to me is that I've done like dyeing a different color on each side of our yarn in like a catering steam pan and stuff, but I haven't really done that with speckles before. And so some of the things that could behave differently here would be like what I had just done. If I had done a different color on that other side, then everything is not always like flat in the same kind of way. So for example, with the still folded in half, like you can imagine a circumstance where I speckle on this side and then I use different colors on this side and do it. That could change the way that the colors end up. But because the yarn is actually spread out, when you speckle on one side, yes, you're mostly getting this part, but sometimes the other part of the other side might be exposed. Sometimes it could be exposed like through the yarn. Sometimes it could be tucked under. You don't have like complete control with how it is. And so then that can make a difference in how things end up. Yeah, but I'm inclined. It's like, do I want to do something in my shoebox? Do I want to make a mess over here? Do I want to, all right, let's do another poll. So one thing I like about setting things up in a shoebox is I can set it up and then steam set it like tomorrow or the next day. I don't have to do it all today. So let's do, what should I do? Ooh. I can't even decide what I want to put in. Should I mix a classic mix by feel on the yarn, pre-mix the rainbow? Okay, so this poll has two options. I want to do something in a shoebox, which is going to have the yarn scrunched up. And the choices that we have are I can pre-mix colors to give us like a rainbow palette. Similar to what I did in one of the more recent episodes of Dye Pot Weekly. So I could mix the colors and then use those pre-mixed rainbow colors and pour it onto the yarn to work it through. Or I can try to mix the rainbow on the yarn itself by the way I layer the colors. And that's something that I don't always have as much of a success with. And that's because sometimes it looks like I have that rainbow progression and then I don't have as much of those secondary colors. And so I'm curious what your preference would be for me there. I should also make myself a water. And then the question is if I should do this on like a bulky, because I think oh, and I guess as we do this, well, we can do that in a minute, but we can check my shop. What do I have bulky wise right now? Green glaze. Okay, I don't have any bulky rainbows or anything at the moment. I was like, what do I have? What is present? I'm also really low on my DK weight yarns. I need to dye more. Yeah, I feel like my whole inventory is pretty low at the moment. Ooh, what do I have for lace weight? Oh, you know what may not have a section? And I'll maybe need to do that. I have some embroidery floss. What? Too many requests. Are you kidding me? Okay, well that worked. This is all the SMSMS yarn that I have, which I should have that linked in the video description, but I'm going to pop it in the chat. Most of it is ready to ship, but there are two things that are pre-orders. One of the pre-orders is the, because I only have one DK weight of the add-on full skein that'll be Friday night's video. I have a pre-order for that because I'll dye more of that. And then the other pre-order is for sock blanks. I'm going to be dyeing more of the sock blanks that I created, that I will create in tonight's video that'll premiere at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Hi, Jim, welcome. We're raising money for the Trevor Project today. And if we hit $275 on the YouTube fundraiser, I will donate $200. The original goal was $300, but we had 25 donated directly through the website. So I adjusted that. But yeah, that's the SMSMS stuff. But why was I here? Because see, this neon I did with, oh, this was the other live stream I did recently, which I have not shared. This I used liquid neon dyes that I had left over. And you can see the fluorescence. I came over here for some, oh, I wanted to see if I had any rainbow bulkies before I decided. It used to be, and you can't do it anymore, and so I was sad. What the goodness? I don't know why Etsy is giving me a problem. I can visit my shop dashboard. Okay, that worked. Just mad at me. That is so weird. Okay, but the thing that I'm bummed about is it used to be I could go on my shop and click on sales. This used to be a link. And so I could go there and then I could look at old yarn that's sold out, which was a really great way that people could go look and see, you can search it or anything. But yeah, that is annoying. Oh, the other thing I was going to mention is KnitPicks is having a massive summer sale. I am a KnitPicks affiliate, so I will make commissions if you make a purchase through one of those links. But the main reason why we're here today is to fundraise for the Trevor Project. All right, we're going to mix by feel on our yarn. 3 votes. Hey, that is okay. So YouTube changed the algorithm recently, which is very, 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 very stressful. And I think that they're not like pushing out videos of smaller creators as much anymore. For example, I did not get a notification for the stream on one of my devices, and a device that like usually watches everything. So yeah, no bueno. All right. Let's do it. Let's do this on, do I want to do it on 100 grams or 200 grams of yarn? Ooh. Okay, we're going to get our shoebox. And I want to make sure I can see my monitor. Because I'm going to make sure that we can make this happen. And we're going to really go by feel and hopefully not make a mess. Oh, I have an older stock of Brilliant Yellow. Ooh, I need more deep magenta. Oh, I know why my deep magenta is so low. My deep magenta is so low because of SMSMS night 1. I was like, why do I have no pink? Hi Tara, welcome. Oh man. Oh, that was junk mail. I was like, I always have to check to make sure it's not school. All right, we're bringing in some bulky weight yarns. This is a 2-ply superwash merino yarn. This is Salcanti yarn from Nomad. Oh, and it's so funny because you can see it's a very lofty 2-ply. But I don't know if you can see these like rings on the bottom. That is why I keep these dyes in a secondary container. Let's see. That's kind of a fun angle. Okay. I need, excuse me, some water. Yeah, and the money from the YouTube donate button, that money goes directly to the Trevor project. It does not come to me. And it's great that YouTube is covering the transaction fees. Okay, let's add some water onto our 200 grams of yarn. Do 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 do. Of course, I have it so that way I can't see the monitor. But I have 8 cups of water here. And I'm going to add like half of it. Not even. Maybe I added about 3 cups. Now, we will be adding more water. We're going to add dyes and we're going to like work the colors through. I just want to start slow. And I want to make sure I can see the chat. Okay. 1, 2, 3 tablespoons of white vinegar, which means that the colors may stick pretty quickly. But when I pour our dyes on, they're not going to immediately move very far. And we're doing this without measuring. Oh, man. Ooh, which order do I want to do this? Do I want yellow in the middle or do I want yellow on an edge and blue in the middle? I think maybe let's do blue in the middle because, yeah. Oh, that's right. I also wanted to do a circle. I remember. There's like 2. I don't think I even wrote down that I wanted to do on both sides, but I want to do a circle as well. Maybe we'll do the circle on lace weight. Okay. I want to do blue. I want to do yellow on the side. Let's go ahead and add our yellow on our hardest to reach end. So I'm pouring, all of these dyes were mixed at a 1% stock solution, which meant that we had 1 gram of dye per 100 milliliters of liquid. Now I have 200 grams of yarn here in this shoebox. We have acid in here and I am taking our yellow. It's not going all the way through, which is fine, but I'm attempting to work it through, and we're going to need to add more yellow as time goes on. And in fact, why not take care of this now? And add, because I have a second batch of yellow, add some yellow dye on and work that through. Because once I add these other colors in, we are not going to want to touch that yellow as much. Now we are going to want to make sure that we get some green, but I think we can try, and we may not get some, ooh, I guess we do want to get some orange or some red. So you know what we're going to do? Well, I'm thinking about the yellow. We're going to add some down here. Because then when we add our pink, we have some of that. Okay. And see, I am, even though we're working in a small container, I could have had a yarn mop out here. But I'm trying to give myself some space to work. All right, let's get some of that deep magenta. And you see here, we are using that yellow to mix our orange. Now, deep magenta is a color, and you can see it did not go all the way through. So very similar to what I did before. This is not the way I thought I was going to do it, but I'm letting myself add more dye to try to work this color through that other side now, at least a bit. Now, the colors are not going to be even, but that also is giving us some fun. And you can see, well, I guess the reds might go into the blues a bit more. I mean, it'll just make the blue a little bit more royal, but the deep magenta is a color, as I add more of it down there, it is a color that strikes fast. The Caribbean blue does not. And so therefore, that is a color I want to take care of more now than we will when we come in with the blue. Okay. The blue will be able to move through a little more. Now, how much green and orange we get, it's not going to be easy to lift our yarn up at this stage, but I am excited. I gave us a ton of space with our yellow. Now, I could have diluted these colors. That may have been advisable. Trying to bring some blues down. I maybe will just flip the yarn in here so I can do some of the colors on the other side. Because I added so much acid that the colors are striking pretty quickly. What was I going to say? We don't have a ton of like purplies in here. I'm going to add a little bit more, I think, blue and pink on here before we go through and do something else. I don't remember what I was saying. Nikes, we're good, we're good. But the goal is to get some in the secondary colors. And we got a royal blue instead of a purple, but you know what? It is what it is. The thing with pre-mixing is that then you have a little more control. How are we doing with our green? I mean, you can see that like it's not like super even. I think I'm gonna need to dilute a little of the blue. Just to help really make that green a little bit more present. There. I mean, already I know we have more of these secondary colors than normally we get with this kind of technique. And I feel like if I very carefully lift up and flip over, we have a lot of water in here, but now we can see a lot of these like whiter areas that are left behind, and I want to try to preserve some of that yellow. I don't want that to all go green. Okay. But you can see, because of the amount of acid that I added, how little color we actually got going through to that other side. And it's okay that it's lighter. And you know what? We can bring in some more yellow as well. This is a real, like, okay, I'm making this up. I'm blending, we're moving. We're trying to have something that's going to feel a little bit organic to it. But it's amazing how quickly all of these colors came in. And we definitely will have some green moments in there. And we should have some purple moments in here as well. I'm going to take this cup, add a little bit of our pink to it. Plus some water so I can spread it out. On our yarn. And we definitely have orange notes. We do have some purple notes. I am so curious to see what this will look like in the end. But this is a way that I have not done this, I think, before. It was very messy, but also quite fun. And the nice thing is I can see on the bottom, like where we have our yellow, on the bottom it is looking green to me. Like even down here, it is looking a bit green. So I'm feeling optimistic that because we have some of this yellow like near the top, that that'll be preserved. But what I'm going to do now is I'm going to pop a lid on it. And I'm going to set it aside for a couple of days. And we'll bring it back and steam set it in like sometime on the weekend. And I'm actually going to take it outside and try not to move it too much. I'll be right back. No spilling, no spilling, no spilling. Ooh-wee. All right. In the wintertime, I would have left it at room temperature. But, okay, we do not have that. I thought I had more. In the wintertime, I would have left it at room temperature in the house. But because it's nice out and it isn't going to freeze, we can therefore just bring it outside. Okay, making sure these lids are all tight. I'm going to go pop these in their secondary container. Hee hee. And we're back at cleaning up. It is too bad I did not have like a sock blanket or something because these paper towels look so pretty. But it's okay. Not everything has to be preserved. And that timer is almost up. We can work on cleaning the counter. I keep seeing the part of the glove that flew off of my hand and doing a double take. Over time, and it could be with the vinegar, these shower curtains start to become like less water repellent. And so that's something that I always keep an eye on. But this one is pretty new. Then when you swap to a new one, you're like, oh my gosh, the water is really beating up on it. It's like, yes, yes, that's the goal. Because I think I may want to go for something speckly again, but I think I want to do it, and maybe I'll do that on the waist. Maybe I'll do that on our non-superwash yarn. Do a combination of all the colors. Okay, because the two things that I wanted to do, I did and then the circle. I just drew a circle on my thing. Okay, and there goes our timer. Okay, let's see. Warm. We have our neon yarn mops. And we're going to have our speckled that yak yarn. Oh, it looks so good. I want to rearrange it a little bit. Hopefully I'm not getting dye on my hands, but there's always a chance, and I can see some dyes, like, I don't know if there's any on the tongs, but I can see that there's some color that got on the pan. Look at that big streak of blue. And that happens because some of the dyes may not have been all the way dissolved. But it is very, very pretty. And ooh, the fluorescent safety orange definitely broke. I'm going to take the tongs and paper towel to clean, although I'm doing it with just my hand, to wipe out the steamer basket a bit. Now, when you're doing a big day of yarn dyeing like this, you need to remember to always double check the water levels in your steamer baskets. Okay. Okay, what I'm thinking of doing next, I'm going to put those on super low, is our lace weight non-superwash yarn, doing something speckly, but doing it in like a circle way, not a back and forth way, if I'm making any sense there. Because the colorways I've done so far, you know, you have your loop, but like if one end is pink, one end is purple, then when you're knitting with it, you're going to go purple, and all these colors in the middle, you're going to have go back and forth, but the two ends are only represented once. By the circle, what I mean is doing pink here, purple, blue, green, etc. So then we have a repeating rainbow versus a back and forth rainbow, if that makes sense. Hey, we had a $20 donation. Thank you, someone. And if I missed it, then, or maybe it was not put in the chat. But thank you, someone, for making a donation to the Trevor Project. Yeah, you can decide to do it anonymously. And that is totally fine. Okay, when did I want to check? Okay, as I check, I'm going to insert an ad. Cool. Yeah, I don't see any information about donations. I see, like, the only things I can see on my back end, I can see the total amount. I don't see how many donations there are. The only other thing I can see is that if you do a super chat to me, I can see a list of those. So sometimes if I miss one in the moment because you do like a super thanks or something at some point, I can then go and see that later on a list. But there are so many things I want to do. And oh my gosh, that was so cool. I inserted an ad and I saw an ad pop up, and it didn't just like interrupt the whole stream. It put the ad like on with me, which I suppose is scary if there's an ad I don't agree with, that then my face is right there. That I don't love. There are certain things I try to block from being able to advertise on my channel, but things slip through sometimes. So it's all like the YouTube algorithm based. I do have certain websites blocked though. But the main goal today is to fundraise money for the Trevor Project. Okay, so of the yarn that I prepped, I wish I had a different pen. I did that. So I have the shadow lace, and then I have 4 of this. It's a yarn that I've been saving. It was a company, they sent me a bare yarn of theirs many years ago, and it is such a pretty yarn. They send it directly from the mill, and so it's a little bit stretched out, but then it fluffed up in the prettiest way, the absolute prettiest way. And so part of me is like, I'm really sad to like use up the rest of it, but also, what am I saving it for? And so that is the Zara yarn from Filatura de Crosa, I believe. And then the other yarn that I currently have pre-soaked is Knit Picks Shadow Lace. But we could also do some sock blanks. It's hard. It's hard sometimes when I have an idea. I'm like, ooh, this is something I want to do. And it would be fun to do in stream. But then sometimes there's things I do in stream that then don't become edited episodes of Dye Pot Weekly. And so like there's colorways I've created that I'm like, wait, I can't find any info because I did it in a live stream and I don't remember. So that happens. But also as I age, my stamina has gone way down. Oh goodness. Okay. Nothing important. That is good. Thankfully, I am not in the middle of any of the drama. Hooey. I don't know. Okay, cool. I can see that now. Oh, you know what I should do? I should. No. I don't want to. I wanted to get a screenshot with a thumbnail. There we go. No. So then I can advertise that I am doing this, which I know is riveting, but save that. Okay.
Want to give it a shot and see if you can crack it yourself?
No, I don't. I just want to get a link, please. No, I don't want this ad. It's like, no, I don't want it. I don't want it. No, just let me share. Share. Wait, there's direct messaging on YouTube? What? I didn't know that you can get messages on YouTube now. This is brand new information. Close. Okay. Done. No, I don't want random music. I am so bad at social media. Okay, link. Rainbow Live. I'm dyeing yarn and raising money for the Trevor project. You could slide into DMs. There used to be something. I'm trying to raise money for the Trevor project. If we hit 275, I'll donate another 200. Oh, I want to copy this text. Copy. Done. Done. My stories. Oh, you know what I can do? I can do that. I'm at my computer. Hi, Ruth. You've been at MIA for a long time. You're so worried you missed this event. Oh, I'm so happy to do this fundraiser. Sorry that I'm slow right now, but I was like, I did not advertise it and this year because I wasn't sure when it could happen. Share, copy, see. I'm live on YouTube now, raising money for the Trevor project. If we hit 275, I'll donate another 200. Next, share to groups. Done. Post. Of course, like Facebook does not like it when you Facebook does not like it when you mention YouTube. So there is that. But yes, you can donate and have your donation like go into the live chat, or you can donate anonymously and it won't put it in the chat. But as I said, if through YouTube we hit 200 and bumpity bump, if we raise $275, then I will personally contribute another $200 to the Trevor project, and YouTube will cover the transaction fees. All right, but now I am going to add a poll. What colorway should I dye next? Circle, rainbow. And so the circle rainbow will be, like I talked about, that it'll repeat around the whole length of the skein versus going back and forth and back and forth. Or different color speckles on each side. Each side. Okay, start pull. Woo-hoo-hoo. And I think, because for the circle one, actually, I guess both of these would involve neon and deep colors. I think they're both going that way. But yeah. But then I have other things that I can do as well. But now I'm freaking out because I don't want, I get so many DMs in so many places. Community. See, I can't see. If DMs are a thing that happens, I do not know where I would see that, which actually makes me a little happy. Not sure you're visualizing the circle thing. So let me see. I can find one. Silk rainbow. Here we go. Wait, we raised that much that time? 2 years ago? $2,000? I'm just noticing that. Well, that's exciting. Okay, let me find it. Here we go. This is what I mean by kind of a circle. Even though I would probably do something like speckles, but by circle, I mean that, I'm just letting that video play. By a circle, I just mean that it's not back and forth. So I would have some separation in the middle. Jim, thank you so much for donating to the Trevor project. Jim, thank you so much for donating to the Trevor project. I really, really appreciate it. But yeah, YouTube DMs frighten me. And I can say now, so that's what I meant by the circle thing. I can say now, it's not, that is not the right one. This one. I can say right now that that is not something that will be checked regularly. And so if you want to get into contact with me, the best way for me to see it is by leaving a comment on a video. That I am likely to see. But I can't, I get too many DMs and also a lot of spam ones on Facebook and Instagram that I just can't keep up with it. Occasionally I might see something, but most of the time I don't even check anymore, because also it became weird where that, if I see I got a message on my phone, I can't see it on my phone. And so therefore I can't respond, and I can see just a tiny bit. And so then it makes it complicated. And so I miss it. But then, what was I going to say? So I miss it. I was going to go further. What was it that I was saying? What's this? Yeah. And so then, people are really, really good about leaving Etsy, because Etsy messages are something that I have to respond to, or else my shop would get penalized if I don't reply within a certain period of time. And most everybody is really, really good at having the questions be related to an order or a shop, maybe an idea for like a, being a lab partner for a Dye Pot Weekly episode. All of that is like totally fine. I love seeing, it's a great place to share the things you've made out of my yarn. That if you buy my yarn, sending me pictures of things you've made, that is a brilliant use for Etsy messages. And I love, love, love seeing it. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $20 donation. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. But yeah, and so it's hard because like if people have questions, like the best place to ask is like YouTube comments, then maybe other people can see it too. Because even like I can't keep track of like Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok comments. There's just too many in various like too many things to check. So I try to check YouTube regularly. That's what I try to do. Often at the beginning of my day, I'll go and I'll check and try to reply to comments. But the YouTube DMs, I mean, that would just be I'm like, what's the deal with YouTube DMs? Like, I don't know how to do it. What is the deal with YouTube DMs? Nope, I can type. Because yeah, DMs, there were DMs a really long time ago. Okay, you can't search and message random people. To start a chat, you have to generate an invite link and send it via third party. Okay, so fine. I see. Okay, so then this is fine. Then it's like, I was like, oh man, what would I do? What would I do? Okay, so what is our total at now? I can see that over here. We're at $120, you guys. That's fantastic. Thank you so much to everyone who's donated. Okay. Let's think about our circle thing. But what I'm going to do quickly, and I know I've been sitting here chatting for a bit, I'm going to take a very quick break, and I'll go make up a water bottle. This was my caffeine. I'll go make up some water, and then we'll hop in and get to it. I lied. I didn't get water. I got a lemonade. But when I finish this, then I'll fill it with water. But I was like, oh, do I have an empty bottle? This is like my non-alcoholic treat. I love sparkling ice classic lemonade flavor. If you wonder what my non-caffeinated treat beverage, I also love Spindrift, like the raspberry lime one. All right, we're gonna get this set up. I'm all excited. Okay, we need plastic wrap this time though. Okay, if I were there it is. This box has faded a lot. That's why I didn't recognize it. Oh my gosh, look at how light that pineapple is. I was like, if you're ever curious about how I keep some things that are, like some things I keep the difference between kitchen tools and ChemKnits tools by just having them look very, very different. This way, Keith won't ever see like a pot on the stove, because sometimes I might leave it there drying and go and try to put it like away or something. He'll be like, oh, that's a ChemKnits dish. But for things like cling wrap, I just write ChemKnits on it. So I'm making a donut shape out of our plastic wrap. So then when I get our yarn, I can put it on. And I realize our yarn has not had any acid in it yet. So this yarn is 100% merino wool. It is non-superwash. And off camera, I am just dunking it in that water with acid. And I'm going to let it sit in there for a little bit. We may add some acid on top of it later on, but then eventually I'm just going to leave it in for a couple minutes. Set a timer so I don't forget. And while I'm at it, I'm checking on the water levels in my steamer baskets. Okay, and I also need to make some yarn mops. What should we do this time? This time we'll use Swish DK, which I did not label with a number. One of these days I'll do a sock blank yarn mop. The problem is some sock blanks can be so expensive. Now, if I buy sock blanks, maybe I'll do an unboxing in a bit. If I buy sock blanks from Wool to Die For, then they're not that expensive. If I buy them from Knit Picks, they're a lot more expensive. But sometimes I haven't checked to see if they're on sale with the summer sale. But these yarn mops will be Knit Picks Swish DK. So I've not checked to see if they have gone on sale, because sometimes I can get them for $10 each, which is reasonable. But when a sock blank is $20, that is a little bit harder to deal with. And that's mainly just because then it means I want to use it with more intention, right? But actually I can check. Here we go. Sort A to Z. Oh, this is going to take forever. Because I'm searching for bear. So we're at BAD. Here we go. Aha! Yeah. So Hawthorne sock blanks are 50% off right now, which means that it's a good price and a good time to buy some. I like Hawthorne. Let's see if the stroll. There's bear stroll fingering. Wait, what happened? Oh, did I pass everything? Did I skip it? Bear stroll sock blank, 30% off, but still better than $20. Which like you can get them in like bulk 20 packs, which I have done before, but that it just means that it's harder to take something, because if you think about when something is $20, which I have paid full price for them a lot because I like them. So in terms of the finished yarn, I like Wool to Die For's sock blanks and Knit Pick sock blanks in a very similar way. But the Knit Pick sock blanks are better. They unravel less easily. So they're slightly better blanked, but otherwise are pretty equivalent. And so it's a little easier to work with them. And so that's why sometimes I pick those. But yeah, I'm going to need to remember the yarn mops. Okay, I'm going to write this down. Yarn mops, 2x stroll, 2x swish. Hee hee. Oh man, I am all over the place today. But yeah, if you guys want to know more, I can't see how much time is on there, but I'm just going to go for it. There we go. If you're ever curious, oh, funny, that has spread out more. That's fine. There was only 1 minute left. If you're ever curious about how I managed to do this all day, one, I have a very supportive husband. Two, I was very lucky to become profitable, technically, pretty early on with my blog. And so then I was like, oh, I actually have some income from this, from ad revenue. And so that was super, super handy. So that's, I guess, the second thing. I was able to make some money with it. But I mean, he's supportive of like my hobbies and things anyway. Like he convinced his parents to buy me like my spinning wheel. It was a gift from my in-laws, which was something that Keith arranged. But I have a supportive husband. But I make money through the yarn I sell on Etsy, which is probably the biggest source of revenue. I make some ad revenue from YouTube. I make some revenue from Facebook now. I have affiliate income. And so like when you make a purchase through like my Knit Picks or Amazon affiliate links, I get a commission for referring those sales. And I think that, and occasionally I get like individual sponsorships. And so I might get sponsored by a brand, but I turn down a lot of sponsorships that I don't think are relevant. The ones that were there were some that are hard. There's one that's like a fabric paint that keeps reaching out right now, but I'm like, I don't know how, that might just be for free product. And so I'm less interested in doing that than I would be if it was for, like, if they were going to pay me. But sometimes I will do, like when like the Nomad yarn that I dyed earlier today, that yarn was yarn that I got in PR. Like Nomad offered to send me a bunch of yarn for me to review. And I don't ask for payment to do something like that if I'm reviewing their yarn because it's like a win-win, right? I need a thingy. Now the question that I'm going to have here for myself can I shift this? Yes, kind of. This whole thing down. The question I have for myself is, do I want to do one yarn mop that has all the colors on it? Or am I going to want to do 2 yarn mops? One with neon and one dark. And I think we're going to do it all on one. So I'm thinking on this lace weight non-superwash yarn, we're going to put 12 different colors on it and see where we end up. And there might be transfer, but this, I mean, 880 yards is a lot of yardage. You could make like a really big like shawl or scarf or something with it. And so, oh no, I'll have my mask on. That'll keep my hair back. I was like, do I want to pin my hair up? I mentioned in the premiere last night, I don't know if I should chop my hair off. That's something I've been debating. Nomad has a really nice alpaca yarn. Yeah, don't you own alpacas? Okay. Now, I am going to go ahead and start with our bright colors. And I'm doing this only as I sort of speckle on it, aiming for about a 1/6 of the yarn. We might go more in the middle. Hopefully this isn't too heavy. I'm starting with the brights only because you couldn't really see it when I was using the Whoosy What's It before. I have words, I promise. you could not really see the colors on the yak that well. So that is why I figured we'd start on the bright side of things. And I have not decided how much I'm going to try to work these colors through, because I could, after adding the darks, like pat it to really work those colors through more. But it's non-superwash yarn, and I don't want to touch it too much. Now, I have done this type of colorway before, but I speckled with three. That was a lot of yellow, Rebecca. I speckled with 3 different colors, not just 2. And I could do all 3. I just didn't bring down my classic colors. Now, another thing I have not done in a while is try to mix my own powders for speckles, because it might surprise you. It has surprised me that if you have like a reasonable proportion of colors, like if I mixed the radioactive and the Caribbean blue, I could get speckles that are more of like a green, less of a neon green. However, the they would break too, so you'd see some amount of the components. But so that's something. Ooh. Okay, can someone remind me when I sit down that I want to do that? Oh man, I want to do that with primaries and mix my own custom, maybe not the like royal blue, but mix my own custom secondary colors. That would be really fun. I would very much enjoy doing that. Now, one concern I have, but we're seeing the dyes over there sink in more, is that I don't have enough liquid in here. I think we're okay. That Caribbean blue can be so dark. I will go ahead and let everything sit a little bit before we bring over our next color. Purple pop. Now, the purple pop is going to be very similar in some ways to the fluorescent fuchsia. All of these are derma acid dyes, by the way. Purple pop is also very, very pink. But the colors will become a little bit more separated when I bring in the darker versions of these colors. But look at the difference between the spread we have over here versus over there, right? Oh man, and now I'm gonna have to make a decision. But I'm gonna want to leave this as is or add more color on it. Oh man, I just dipped it in the steamer basket. Set a timer for 5 minutes. Just to let that spread before we do the next color. It's so hard not to just touch it, you know? Your 3 alpacas. I believe it takes a long time to get the fiber processed. Oh man. And I know I'm undoing myself for this 5-minute thing, but I do feel comfortable removing my mask and stepping aside. Oh, and see, now we're overexposed again. Yay. See, if I have it on auto, then it doesn't. Oh, wrong camera, Rebecca. Oh, and I love that it zoomed in again. Oh no. I will fix it. Don't worry. I don't know what it did. Figure video. Oh, do I have... I was like, do I have this open in two places? Like, maybe the light just really shifted. Oh, man. But yeah, I feel comfortable kind of coming back over here. I definitely can tell from just looking at like the screen right there that I was very dainty with the Caribbean blue because I know how much of a spreader it is, but I feel like I was dainty with some of the other colors. I can always go heavier when we inevitably flip it, but this does bring, like, I think overall I prefer doing a colorway in this way, but the hardest part of it is the like how to keep everything separate, right? Because if you have your circle, if I just pick it up like this, right, then we have the pink and green touching, the orange and yellow touching, and so there'll be transfer of color. And so I'm going to want to try to wrap it up into like some kind of donut, right? So that way I can put it in the steamer basket without the yarn touching itself. And that is when it's worthwhile to use plastic wrap. But the other thing that I was going to say is that for my catering steam pans, you can get like a steamer insert that goes in it. And that is something that I have not yet done because instead of having my circular steamer basket that requires me to bunch the yarn up, imagine that I have like the catering steam pan and I don't think I can quite have it unstretched all the way in there, but maybe with like some local stretching, I can keep things separate. And so that could be a way for me to steam some yarn without it touching, but in a small amount. And so that is always the thing that I have to consider, especially when I'm doing a colorway when like, you know, I'm going to spend all this time on just 100 grams, right? And so it's when I inevitably sell it, I don't remember how much I would sell this base for. If I can figure that out. Because most of my yarn is $29, a number that has not changed in a long time. My sock yarn started at 28 colors when I started the shop back in 2017 or 2018, maybe 2018. So yeah, let's see. I think $30 is what I would sell it for. And so if you think about, I guess, margins and things, like I don't, except for self-striping yarns, I otherwise don't really differentiate based on technique in terms of my pricing. But yeah, I feel like my timer is going to go off any second. I am very excited and I need to get more caffeine tonight. So I've had a little bit of an identity crisis. Oh, I can take the yarn mop out too. My identity crisis is that I thought I was a Coke Zero girl, and now I don't know if I like Coke or Pepsi better. I know I like putting lemon in my sodas, but this is my crisis of confidence, right? I was like, I don't know what I prefer and what I like, and that makes things tricky. Okay, We have a lot of color coverage on here. But I need to put my mask back on. We are probably going to need to find more paper towels, which hopefully I have more down here or at the very least upstairs. That is what it is. But yeah, I don't know what kind of soda I like more anymore. And that has been very confusing. Not to make any other, like, tongue in cheek of any other crises, but okay, I'm picking some Cabernet. And I'm just realizing, you know what would have been cool? I'm trying to go light. It's like, it would have been cool if I took these darker colors and like shifted them. So rather than doing like red on red, pink on, or orange on orange, oh man, it would have been so cool. This yarn is gonna have so much color in it. Oh my god. It would have been really, really cool to have shifted those colors. Ooh, and I'm getting ideas now for the future. I just need to remember, oops, that I had wanted to record this. That's fine. The backlog of short form content that I have to make is hard, especially because that is what people are consuming these days, right? And so, I mean, I'll admit, I watch a lot of short form content myself. But sometimes, because I try to put captions on everything, that just adds time to the process for me. Okay. Honey mustard, which is going to feel like way different from that fluorescent lemon, which is fine. I've definitely separated yarn mops in the past. Forest green is one of my favorite colors. I feel like it needs more, like, it's not as dark as I want it to be. Like at a 1% depth of shade. I feel like that it needs more oomph than you might give it. Now, I know I'm creating this colorway on lace weight yarn, but the thing that is very important to remember is that this is a very busy yarn. It would be busy if I did all over in just 2 of these colors. And so the reason why that is so important to keep in mind is that if you're wanting to do like a very complex lace project, this is probably not the yarn for it. Because the color is going to stand out more than the actual yarn, than the stitches. Cherry Pepsi. Ooh. I've never been a fan of cherry sodas, but my old Costco jam before they switched to Coke products was to get the Diet Lemonade and the Diet Pepsi and mix them together. Like the Diet Minute Maid lemonade. All right, that is our second round. Now, I could go ahead and add more blue, which I think I'm going to do, just because the blue feels a little bit light. And I don't know how deep these colors are going through. But I'm specifically trying to let the powder fall down a little bit. Okay. So now I'm going to take this yarn mop, which has really seen a transformation. Speaking of busy colorways, right? I'm not putting a timer for that one yet. But I am grabbing the second mop, and we're going to attempt to flip our yarn, which I'm nervous about. Okay. Just like very carefully. And running the dials in my hands, but there is something I'm going to do. We do have some color transfer in areas. That is fine. But I'm patting the yarn. I'm letting some of these colors get worked through. And I know that's giving me some color transfer. That is what it is. But this will also help me know where I need to go a little heavier as we spread out the yarns, and where we can be a little bit lighter with our color coverage. Great! And okay, this is the part of the video where we just go straight into a time lapse, and then it'll be done in 2 minutes, right? Nah. Okay. My hands are all wet. Do, 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 do. Okay, and we're just going to do the same kind of thing all over again. But this is when you can see, like, I start to get quiet because I'm like thinking about the yarn or whatever. And so it's the moment in a video where I'm like, I hit a point and I'm like, all right, I've been talking a while. Let's go into a time lapse. Which there's nothing wrong with that. It's just, I think I'm pretty good at continuing up a narrative, but you can tell, like in any kind of video, whether it's a stream or a standalone video, when I fall silent, then, you know, I am very focused. Because I do not fall silent very much. And I am going lighter on this side than I did on the last one, because you can see we've got color coming through. And I did like press it through. There may still be white. There will still be some elements that are going to feel speckly. But the goal was to help get coverage, so that way I don't have to manipulate this yarn over and over and over. you know, like we got some yellow over here. It is what it is. Sometimes I have to make it up as I go, and the goal is also to just have fun and hopefully have a colorway that won't bleed. That is the second goal. We want the yarn to rinse clear. Now, this is a yarn that likely will not rinse clear right away. When washing a yarn like this, that is non-superwash, where you've added a bunch of pigments, what I recommend doing, as I do the purple pot, what I recommend doing is adding some dish soap, whether it is Centerpole or just straight dish soap, into your rinse water and adding the yarn in there. This will help prevent backstaining. Because if the liquid bleeds, if the dyes bleed, you don't want them going into the yarn. And soap tends to help with that. At least that's how I have had success in the past. Okay. Now I'm going to want to wait a tiny bit. Oh, wow! And thank you for donating $50. Oh, we've got to be getting close to our goal. All right, I'm going to pop this in. 5 minutes, so that way the colors can stay put. Because I can tell, and I'll get new gloves when I come back too. I'm going to hang these up to dry. Whew. There are times when you can kind of tell, like when I'm wiping dye onto the yarn mop and there's still dye on my gloves and it's not coming off easily, then I know sometimes I start removing, nope, I wanted 2 camera. Here we go. I know I can tell that I started, okay, when I'm trying to wipe yarn off of my gloves onto the yarn mop. Oh, this is a skein of Swish. That's why I thought I had 3. When I start wiping it onto the yarn mop and then I see dye getting smeared on the gloves, sometimes then I know the dye is coming out of the mop back onto my gloves. And that's a point where even just like a quick 5-minute steam set can help the dyes move less so I can continue to use that same yarn as a mop. The only problem with time-lapse footage is that it creates an unrealistic expectation of how long handcrafting actually takes. That is also very, very true. And so that's why in general, I try to do a combination of both, which is why like I would do the first side in real time and then flip and do the second side as a time lapse. But sometimes, a lot of times I know when I'm going to do a time lapse in advance, but sometimes I'm like, I have way too much footage. This video is going to be way too long. And then I decide to condense it. But let's see what we're at now. We're at $190. If we hit 270, sorry. When we hit $275 on our YouTube fundraiser for the Trevor Project, I will personally donate $200, which will show up as ChemKnits, but that money is coming from my credit card. Which I mean, I guess like I am ChemKnits, but like it, yeah, coming from the Brown family. Hee hee. Oh man. I don't know how long I'm going to be able to stream today because I still have carpool later. Oh, that is not None of that is important. Okay. That is fine. But yeah, tomorrow we have a Little League playoffs. Our team during the regular season won one game. We have won every game in the playoffs so far. So we're in the finals with 0 losses in the playoffs. We're playing a team that we did beat once before, but they have 1 loss. So if we win tonight, we win. If we lose tonight, then we have to play them again. So, not tonight, tomorrow. But so tonight there's practice and I have to figure out all of that jazz. But, okay. I know my timer is going to go off in a second, but I'm going to pause the stream for like, Anonymous, thank you for your $20 donation. Thank you so much. I am so beyond thrilled that you guys are supporting the Trevor Project with me. We're at 210. That is phenomenal. Thank you guys so much. All right, I'm going to go on a brief break, just for like a minute, and I'll be back in a sec. I told you I would be really fast, and there goes my timer. So I'm going to hop back to it. So we got to add our dark colors onto this side. Oh no. Rebecca cut a lot of that last clip. It went on way too long. In fact, check all the time lapses and cut them down because I left the camera running. That was unfortunate. Okay, our yarn mop. The other nice thing about heat setting a yarn mop a little bit in the middle like this is that when you add some heat to it in the middle a little bit, then you I have words. Then if I even came in with the same colors, since this pink right here is not going to spread around more, if I add more pink here, it's going to build on top of it versus mixing and blending. And so it gives more dimension into the colorway. But if the pink wasn't really set yet, then it would just sort of move around still. If possible, I will do another live stream before the end of June. The problem is that next week, a week from today, our best friends are coming with their whole family, and then we've got family coming from out of the country coming to stay, and so all of that is very wonderful, but it just means I can't dye any yarn. Oh, that was a lot. And so it means that, yeah, I can't stream or film. And that is another reason why I said for all the pre-orders of like SMS yarns that I have right now, those are going to ship in July. Because I probably won't have a chance to dye them in June, and even if I do, I won't have a chance to finish it. Which is the reality of working from home sometimes. But I honestly would not have it any other way. I love what I'm able to do, and I appreciate all of your support. But doing these fundraising live streams for the Trevor Project is like a highlight for me of the whole year. I love being able to use, I love being able to share an organization that I'm so passionate about, and it gives me, also me doing this gives me a reason to talk about this organization with my kids, which I try to do anyway. But I'm donating through YouTube. I really should go and see if I can get go through the Trevor Project website later, and see if they have like a magnet or something I can get, so I can keep that on my fridge with the phone number. But, I know, from growing up, I knew people who struggled, and I knew that, I'm hoping that this generation the newer generation will have more support and feel more empowered, but, you don't know. And so an organization that exists to listen and support teens and kids and young adults who are trying to figure out who they are is so important. Especially when it's an organization or a group of our communities where self-harm is more probable. I don't know. I get emotional because, again, as I said, I would hope that my kids would always feel comfortable talking to me, but it's just you don't know, and they could be afraid and not know how we'd feel. And because I know that I'm human, and I'm sure that I make mistakes, or they could be afraid to come to me with a concern or a problem. And we work on trust a lot. I don't have any teenagers yet. Lucas is only 12, but yeah, thankfully, as it comes to just teenage years in general, Lucas will share everything with us, which is really phenomenal. But for now, he still shares all his feelings and thoughts and stuff, and so I'm thankful for that. But again, I just want my kids to know that there's a place that they can talk if they ever need it, and that their friends do as well. It's the reason why when the Everyone is Awesome Lego set came out, I wanted to get it as just a symbol to my kids and their friends, you're safe here. We will support you. And so now I'm just working things through a little bit, getting lots of color on my hands. But this is fun. It's going to make it less speckly, and it's going to make this mop more muted, because unlike before, when I did this and the pigment went into the yarn, now the pigments are coming into my hand a little bit more, right? And so then I'm getting that pigment there, and I'm wiping it on. Rainbows! Rainbows! Yeah, we are getting so close to the goal. And I'm going to have to donate my money. Well, I did donate already. I did start with $50 because I didn't want there to be nothing at the beginning, All right, check out this beautiful mop. I'm going to go pop that in the steamer basket. And now we're going to attempt to wrap this up. And by wrap it up, I mean this set of yarn. I guess it doesn't have to be like perfect. The goal is just to not have bits touch each other so badly. So maybe like this. I can get it. Not a perfect donut. Oh God, that is not working. Something is falling out. May not be perfect, at least we're trying. Okay. Into the steamer basket. I really hope this works. I really hope that works. Okay. I'm gonna have to find more paper towels. Oh, I have one more. At one point, I got a bunch of like cotton rags because I was like, oh, I'd rather not have to use paper towels and throw it away, but having enough at any given time for dyeing yarn was hard. Okay. Oh man, all right. Whew. Okay, oh, and I'm gonna stop the silly camera this time. Okay, set a timer for 30 minutes. I can turn up the heat on those steamer baskets. Okay, so I guess we're now technically at 5 colorways. If you're just tuning in, we have one colorway sitting outside, a rainbow I mixed in a shoebox. We have a yak, a neon yak, which you can barely see, and a neon yarn mop. Well, let's see if I can make it show up on the yak for you. Hee-hee! That's showing up on camera? I don't know. In person, maybe you can't see it on camera as well. You can see a little bit. In person, you can. But the lights are on too much for it to really show up. Silly cameras. Okay. While I sit down, I'm going to grab my lunch. Which I did something super silly today. Thank you. I'm glad you like the rainbows. Okay, wait, here I am. I did something super silly today, and that my overnight oats, instead of having it for breakfast, I saved it for lunch, and I had leftover fried rice for breakfast. Oh man, I'm so excited. Yay, I am so excited. We've raised so much money. I have to decide what I'm going to want to do next because I don't quite have. I mean, I could dissolve some liquid dyes, but that takes forever. There's another reason why that tends to be a time lapse. I have 4 more skeins of yarn that I've pre-soaked, which does not have to be used today. And all the yarn mops I've made are super beautiful, but when you're dealing with 12 different colors, then there's a lot of effort in it, right? I have other yarns right here that I did not pre-soak, including sock blanks and neon neps. I almost brought my neon nep, like neon rainbow yarn mop back. Ooh, I'm going to write that down. Thank you, Jim. Mix. Hopefully I won't lose track of that idea. But that's right, because I'm one of the ideas, and I would do this for Dye Pot Weekly, but I want to create my own speckle colors and like mix the dyes at the proportions I would. So like, I mean, yellow is always just yellow, right? When I mix a perfect rainbow, do I have a short? I'm gonna have to fix that. Okay, I don't have a short of, I don't think I have a short that I can find of me actually mixing the colors, but this short,
it can be so satisfying to just
sure
pour rainbow colors into a dye bath and spread them through some yarn.
How do I pause? Okay. Oh, that's cool. I can slide it through. But okay, the colors that I was talking about. So like starting with Caribbean blue, deep magenta, and brilliant yellow. The colors that I'm adding here, well, fine, I'll just play it if it's not going to do. So that red was deep magenta with yellow. Same with the orange. The green is Caribbean blue with the yellow, and the blue and the purple both have Caribbean blue and deep magenta in them. And so the thought is like, okay, can I mix those colors of dye powders? Oh my gosh, Anonymous, thank you so much for the $50 donation. Excuse me, I just burped. Anonymous, thank you so much for the $50 donation to the Trevor Project. I think that brings us, we're at $260. 15 more dollars, and I'm going to donate $200, everyone. Thank you. But yeah, so my thought is that I could, oh my gosh, how did I get a blister? What? I got a blister from my Crocs that I wear inside every day? Or maybe I cut my foot. Oh no, I don't think it was a blister. I think it's a cut. It looked like a blister. But I think I cut my foot. Well, that's a shame. What on earth did I cut it on? Okay, but my thought is that I can mix the powders to be those colors and then have custom speckles, knowing that the speckle colors would break. But it's a fun idea and something I want to do for a video at some point. My big regret now, though, is that I didn't make dye stocks ahead of time anyway. When I'm making dye stocks, my preference is to do it while I'm watching a podcast or a movie or something. Because also, if I'm going to use boiling water to dissolve the dyes, then when I have that like sitting, I need to let it cool. So I set it up and then I come back like half an hour later to finish diluting and dissolving it. And so I like spread it out. And a lot of times what I'll do is I'll have an editing day and then I'll work on all that, which I still have to edit the vlog. I'm cutting it so close. And then also, so I have to edit the vlog for SMSMS. And there's a Dye Pot Weekly episode that is part of tonight's video. There will be a time lapse in tonight's video where I created something that I loved so much that I decided to do a second version of it with like one little tweak and film a whole episode of Dye Pot Weekly to also just have that be like a 1-minute time lapse in this video. I was like, this is so cool that I don't want it to just be like an afterthought in the video. I need it to be its own moment, its own star. And so that was pretty exciting. So yeah, it'll have its proper like 30-minute video. mm. Mm-mm. It's mint like cookie flavored oatmeal, which is really good. Oh man, but yeah, I'm trying to decide, because see, part of me, I'm like, is it illegal if I dye something that is not a rainbow? I'll make a poll. Okay, and I'm starting this poll because I'm like, part of me, I'm like, oh man, like if I would love to just like dye up some tonals or something. But it was like, oh, I'm getting, and I'm not, it's not that I'm getting tired of rainbows. I'm like, man, why did I not pre-mix up things? Because if I had liquid dyes, there's a lot of other things I want to do. I was like, I just don't know if I have it in me to go in and out of the powders a ton. Or maybe we'll do like a immersion blank. So even if I have permission, um, even if I have permission to dye anything, I might still do a rainbow. Is it a color in the rainbow or a colorway derived from a rainbow? Could be. It's being like saying like, oh, I have all of this like electric violet. Maybe I just want to make a purple tonal. No, I was like, oh, I do kind of wanted to do some neon stock blanks. I can bring over the hot plate and do that. I was just like, man, I did not think some things through. And I was like, and my hands are getting tired. But I want to keep going and hit the goal. We are so close. We are, of course not. The trans flag would count too, and that's not a rainbow. That is absolutely true. I need to do, like, I could do other pride flags. Actually, I almost have the colors to do, because I don't know all of the different colorways. Um, Oh, I thought there was more purple in the lesbian pride flag, but I guess it's like pink, orange, and white. So it's so funny because you're a home dyer and you've been watching my videos for inspiration. All your yarn has been rainbow derivative. Woo! Rainbow derivative is phenomenal. No, I know I could do other pride-based things, but it was more of like, gee, I was like, how much energy do I have left to dye yarn? And I think I want to do a sock blank. I think I want to do a neon sock blank because it's been a while since I've done that and I'm feeling excited about it. But I was like, okay, I could keep streaming if I do some like tonals or something, layered tonals. And I'm like, well, yeah. And so then, or like randomly like putting things. And so I was just like trying to think about what I was going to do next. But guys, we are so close to my goal. And I will say I have a plan for the other stream that is set up in a way that would be easy for me to be like at the counter and go. Theoretically. We are so close. We are so close to me donating Oh, wait, no, I need to be able to see the chat. No. There we go. Because it's also like, oh, what did I bring down? And I'm like, I have the primary colors, but because like part of me, when I was like yesterday, I was like, oh, we can totally, like, I'll just mix the dyes I want to make liquid on stream. And now I'm at the point where I'm like, well, I don't want to. I want to dye more yarn though, but yeah, okay, I'm gonna do some sock blanks. Thank you for telling me I can dye anything. Oh, but I want to. No, I want to do sock blanks. Let's do. Hawthorn blanks. Okay, so these sock blanks are 80% superwash merino wool, 20% nylon. And what makes a blank exciting, if you don't know, a blank is a pre-knit piece of fabric. And it is knit, so we have one end of the yarn at one end, the other end of the yarn at the other, which means they're fantastic for making gradients. Now these blanks are double-stranded, which means that they are made with 2 strands of yarn held together. So when you unravel it, you can get 2 matched 50-gram balls of yarn. And so it doesn't matter that when I dye these in a rainbow gradient, if one blank has significantly more like pink than the other, it doesn't matter. You could get a matched pair of socks or some symmetrical something either way. But I'm going to take these and we're going to go pre-soak them. Because then there's also the part of me that's like, the more yarn you dye, the more yarn you have to wash. Oh, I need paper towels. Oh, and there's no kid here to go get them. Okay, we're going to start pre-soaking the yarn, and we'll think what we're going to want our yarn mop to be. I used to make my own sock blanks, and I have in recent years done that a handful of times. But like, even if, and I was talking about how sock blanks can be expensive, like it takes me to make a blank out of worsted weight yarn like 20 minutes, you know, so that's not insignificant. And so therefore you can see why the preference may be to buy it. These are not making very much noise. Okay. All right, we're going to pre-soak that for just a bit. And yarn mops. Where's the other? Let's use a skein of our neon neps. Neon rainbow yarn mop on neon neps, a favorite. Which I haven't officially brought that colorway back, but I had a short go viral with it of me just like winding the yarn into a yarn cake. And so then I was able to bring it back, which I feel like that was around the beginning of the year. And so that worked out really nicely. But I think that the neon net yarn base is sold out right now, which is unfortunate. Okay. I am going to be right back. I need to go find paper towels. So I'm going to run upstairs. So hold down the fort for me. One of these times I'll find music or something. got paper towels. And so sometimes, like everything else, where is my OBS? Sometimes, like with everything else, I'll have like just a separate roll of ChemKnits paper towels. But other times, what I do is I pre-sheet it. And then I have them on hand, so if a big oops happens, which can happen sometimes, then I have a way to clean up things easily. That is probably more than I need. But then I have a stack and I'll just save them for another time if I need to. If I plan for an error, then an error may not happen. Oh man. Now the question is, okay, while this is pre-soaking, I'm going to go ahead and bring over a shoebox and 200 grams. I can hide my face. Hello, hello. And we're going to do something with liquid dyes. And we're going to bring over 200 grams of that Dilatora de la Crosa, that Zara yarn that I mentioned. And we're going to go and do, now this is a colorway that I did once that I never made a video for it or anything, but we will create a Pride colorway here. And this is partially just based on the colors that I have mixed up. But we're gonna go, should double check, but I made a flag for a teen once. Yeah. We are so close to our goal, everyone. $15 more for the Trevor project and I'll donate 200. Okay, so we're gonna add some water on here. This is 100% superwash merino wool, DK weight. And we're gonna do something by Pride related because I have those liquid dyes made up. It is fitting because in ChemKnits land, my logo matches those colors. And yeah, I dyed and knit a flag for a kid I care a lot about once. And so they know who they are. Oh, I was gonna put on my mask. I don't need my mask. Oh. My hands are too wet. And I have a big scratch. I have a big scratch on the back of my hand from when I was trimming Indy's nails. Now, one of my favorite Trans Pride colorways I've ever done was when I did it with guar gum on just a white background, and it was a pop of like the baby blue, the baby pink, and white. And the colors didn't blend together because I used guar gum. And it was just a moment in a video because I realized it was going to come out on or really close to the Trans Day of Visibility. But I was like, I would like that to have its own moment. All right. Who knows how much acid I added? Wait, I need to do, where am I going to start? With the blue? Do. Let's add our color, work it through. There are easier ways to do this for sure, but makes me happy. And again, I'm going to wish I had a yarn mop, but it doesn't really matter. What matters is that we're happy and we show support for people that we care about. And even people I don't know. Like, I would happily give, you know, a mom hug to anyone. I mean, I know I'm not necessarily old enough to be mother to a lot of you guys, but you guys can be my family. If you don't, I mean, whether or not you have supportive family, you can be on, I'll be on your team. It's sort of the way that I feel about everything. Okay. And we're going to need the purple. Because, yeah, I was like, I have royal purple and yellow. But I don't have very much of the pink. Now, the question is, how am I going to get this purple down the middle? And so I think what I'm going to do here is, while things are pre-soaking, I will probably just let this sit a little bit to let some of these colors absorb, and then we can flip it and apply color to the other side. And it's just like a simple little project. Can add some more, work it through. We do once again have acid in here, so that is going to cause the colors to strike conceivably faster than what I might want them to do otherwise, but it's really pretty. And I have enough dyes that we should be able to dye the other side without too much issue. I mean, the blue could spread all over. We may not be able to easily flip it. But what I can do, I'm gonna want to flip it. This is so vibrant and the bottom is not. All right. My timer has like 3 minutes on it, so I will let that go. And then we will go ahead and try to flip this to dye the other side. I don't know about flipping it, but it's something where like, oh, I'm so dark. It would have been better if I did it in a bigger steam pan, but sometimes, there we go. Sometimes we just want things to be like easy, and the shoe boxes are like an easy thing. How's my fluffy cloud? Oh man. But yeah, I am so excited. And guys, we are so close to the first milestone goal I set. If we raise, well, once we raise $275 for the Trevor project, ChemKnits will donate $200. I did already donate $50 at the very start of the stream. And we had $25 donated directly through the Trevor Project website. And so that's why, like, my goal was to get us to 500. And so that would bring us to 275, which will technically like be 500, which feels like a wonderful dollar amount to raise for a wonderful organization. Oh, I just gasped for a second. I gasped because I was like, ooh, 260. And I was like, that's right. I said we need 15 more. That is super, super funny. No, but sometimes I think that what it makes it, because when I was looking, because on one of the videos it said we raised 2,000. I think another channel may have joined that fundraiser, but I don't know what the other channel is. The fundraiser that I started. I'm sure there's tons of people that are doing fundraisers for the Trevor Project, but that's why the total looks so big. And I was like, because I don't see that number on my back end. I mean, if I hover over it, then I do. And so that's exciting. Oh man, I'm like waiting on the timer. Do. But I'm wearing my dry rub tank top. This very awkward stomach view of my rainbow shirt that I made, and now of course I've made everything go out of focus. Well, there's my timer, which y'all get to listen. Nope, that is the wrong video for me to edit. No, dang it! Because when I hit cancel, it went. Of course, now I'm focused again without me doing anything. I don't know why it like changed the zoom and the exposure when I did not change anything. I was like, oh, let me revert back. It's like, no, I don't want that. Oh, about my necklace? Happily. Let me go bigger. So this is a rainbow loom necklace that I actually made myself. I used this thing that it came with, because like you can do the rainbow looms with just like on your fingers or something, but I used the thing that makes them thicker, because each band goes through, like, rather than each band just going through loops, like the way I chained things, right? Rather than it just going through one, it goes through like two, so it makes it denser. And I alternated between a speckled rainbow loom band and then a solid one. But I'm very proud of this one. So this one I made. Oh, thank you. Yeah, this one I made. But I have some. Lucas has made me a couple rainbow necklaces that I've worn. But that was before we had the thing that makes it denser. Let me see if I can find it. It's just this doohickey. Because it allows you to have like two rubber bands on, and it'll just poke the like bottom one up and leave the other one on, and so then you add another one. So it's sort of like two bands on, one goes off, and then you add one. And so yeah, but I was like, but the ones Lucas made me, he made me before we had this, and he made them just by hand, and they're really wonderful, and I love them. But I like that this one is thicker. And so this is one of my favorite necklaces. Oh, thank you. Yeah, I feel like in the winter there's times when I'm like, okay, we'll go through, and I had to plan out because I wanted to do it, but I didn't have enough of one of the rubber bands, so I planned how long this is based on like the band. But I like buying craft supplies for my kids. Does that surprise anyone? Oh man. But I was like, they must have been doing some rainbow looms again recently, because I found like the box of rainbow looms, which we have multiple, but the box of rainbow looms is just like out on the floor. And I'm like, well, alrighty then. All right. We do, like, some of the color is cleared, but there is still color in here as well. Okay, we're going to try to do this without removing it all the way, you know? Because if I were to lift up the yarn, you know what would happen? If I were to lift up the yarn, then some blue could travel down. And so this gives me the best chance of getting coverage on our yarn. Okay, and I'm going to push those sides aside, bring you over our purple. And again, it's not going to be perfect, but I do have to work quickly, because if there was heat, I would have to work even faster. But I have to work quickly so that way things don't just like strike. And it's going to be okay for tonal variation. That's part of the fun of doing this so organically. I don't know why that poured so slow. I guess I'm really near the end of my deep magenta. It's like that poured incredibly slowly. But it's fun. I often prefer to work with dry dye powders, but it can be so fun and satisfying to just have liquid dyes on hand. Like the colors I like to just always have, and I don't have a black right now, but black is a color that I like to always have around. But otherwise, I like to have the primaries. So the deep magenta, the Caribbean blue, the words, the brilliant yellow. Okay, and the Caribbean blue packs such a punch that I am going to dilute it so I can spread it out a little more without it going too dark, because we're in this intermediate area. And maybe that's going to go a little too much, like that spread further than I intended it to, which, dang it, is making our purple a little too blue. But you know what? It is what it is. It is what it is. We will add a little bit more purple on. It's the problem. Too much Caribbean blue with the electric violet reads as royal blue. But we'll see where we are in the end. It's going to be fine. It's going to be fine. We do have more coverage now. And we also know that things aren't going to go that deep. But I'm just happy that I created something with my liquid dyes. Oh, man. I need to wash this. Okay, and then we'll do our sock blanks. We'll do some neon sock blanks. Okay, but I need to get this last little bit of color. I want to get a lid, and then I'm going to very carefully take it outside. So this is DK weight. All of this yarn will eventually be in the shop. But I have dyed, I feel like I've dyed a bunch of rainbows recently, which is super exciting. because I love rainbows. Okay, I'm going to pre-open the doors. So we'll get the hot plate and everything set up. Oh, and once again, I must have touched something on the monitor because I can't actually see chat. There we go. Pre-opening the doors. Oh, I forgot about that cut I got on my foot, which felt goofy. Okay. Oh, I forgot that I can remove our other yarn. I feel like, okay. Okay. Let's get ready. Although, okay, no, let's do this first. Ooh. Our yarn looks so cool. I kind of don't want to touch it though. Okay, our superwash yarn looks, or our non-superwash yarn looks awesome. I've turned off the heat and I'm gonna let that cool off in there for a while until I can comfortably handle it, because I'm afraid if I try to pick it up, I'm gonna end up with color transfer. So I want it to cool a fair amount. But here are those yarn mops we made. Oh my goodness! Are they pretty? I was like, did they show up? Yes. Okay, now I can bring over the electric hot plate. Which, don't get me wrong, I love her, but she's also slow. Let's see. I did not wash this pan with soap, which I hope I won't regret. I really hope I won't regret. Let's see if I need to shift where it is. Actually, that's pretty good. If anything, I can shift it a little bit closer to me, I think. Oh no, that was the wrong way. Never mind, closer to you. There we go. Cool. All right. Let's bring over our sock blanks, which pre-soaked in water with vinegar. Now, if I wanted to do this, a lot of times I get questions about, why do you sometimes pre-soak with vinegar? Why do you sometimes not pre-soak with vinegar? It all is about preference. If I don't pre-soak the yarn with vinegar, then that means I can save the yarn to do a technique that involves starting with no acid to get the colors to spread. And so if I already have pre-soaked with acid, that means that I'm sort of constrained by that amount of acid that I had in the pre-soak. And so that is all that I mean. All right, we're gonna get our yarn mop. Now the other thing with a sock blank is that there is so much less surface area than we have when we're dealing with like a full skein of yarn. And for water, I'm bringing over this pre-soak that we've been using today that has water and vinegar in it. And I'm eyeballing it. And I'm coming in and sort of, especially these edges that curl, I'm trying to uncurl some of that. And so ideally, I try to not have it so that there's like super long channels, because when I add the dye powders, things will move. But part of this randomness is what will give everything some fun shapes and things like that. So I'm now going to heat it up, and we're going to have to be patient. Sometimes in this scenario, what I decide to do is to, sometimes in this kind of scenario, I will decide to preheat our blanks on my stove and then bring it over to the hot plate, because it can take some time for the hot plate to heat up. And oh my gosh, Mandy, you just donated 20 pounds. I think that that's going to bring us over the edge. I think that that brings us, oh my gosh. We're at 282. All right, it's time. Da, 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 da. Give me a minute. I gotta go to my own video. Add. All right. Donate. Donate now. Other. $200. We did it. We did it. Oh no. Oh no. Okay. Woohoo! Woohoo, we did it. We did it. And now we're going to be at 482. Yeah. And for, you can't see the chat. Don't, where are my screenshots? I donated 200. But earlier today, I mean, there's no timestamp on this, but I donated $250 today. And so those are my screenshots from the chat, but you can scroll up the chat and see that as well. But yay! Thank you everyone who donated. And it was fun to have like a matching goal, you know? Woohoo! I'm so excited. Okay, where is my no. I need to make a new pinned message now. Okay. Thank you, everyone. This is such a big deal. Okay. I'm so excited. I was so hopeful, and that's why I was like, okay, I'm gonna, well, I mean, if I had said I'll keep streaming until we raise this amount, then you guys might not donate because you might not want me to stop streaming. But I am so excited. I am so, 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 so excited. Thank you, thank you, thank you, everyone. But there's still a goal and you can still donate. I just don't have a matching incentive anymore. Okay, I lost everything on here. I am like, I see steam though. That's exciting. There's some steam coming up right here, which means I'm going to shift it around. We have one burner that's bigger than the other. And I'm on a chair today, not on the floor. And I'm out of focus, but that's okay. I'll fix that in a sec. I got oatmeal on my face. Which camera? Nope, not Star. One of my cameras is called Star because it has a star sticker on it. Hello. You'll be watching this later on. It's fascinating to watch. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I know it can be a little bit slow at times because I have to wait for things to heat up and things like that. But it is sort of like what a real day of dyeing yarn is like for me. And so, yeah. But anyway, these two colorways will probably be the last ones that I do today. Actually, someone will be coming home soon. Yeah, and actually, I'm going to need for later. Maybe I'm going for a Red Bull. Because, yes. I don't always do that in an afternoon, but there are times when I need the little boost. And so that way I don't fall asleep. Oh, I'm so excited. So the plan with this blank is to do a colorway I've done before. I'm going to just be taking our speckles and speckling on it. Now, the thing that's always hard is because aesthetically, I like to start at one end with the pink and go to the purple, right? But if I do it that way, then I'm not always super good with my spatial planning and my spatial awareness. If I start in the middle, then I am much better. If I start in the middle, then I am so much better. Like if I start with the yellow, then I can keep track of things more. Plus, a lot of times when I do a rainbow, if I start with the yellow, then I'll cheat. So for example, nope, there. So for example, if I was going to bring in the yellow, I might do, instead of doing the yellow like just a sixth of the colorway, I might come in and do the yellow much bigger because I know, and then like start the green and the orange further away because I know that those colors will creep in and it only takes a little bit of green to make the yellow look green and a little bit of the orange to make the yellow look orange. I'm flipping it again. And sometimes I do this, shift the water, which also helps even out temps because we've got some like cold pockets. And I want everything to be a little bit warm. I could cover it, but we're getting close. So I just have to be patient. But see, compared to some of the other colorways we've done today, this one is going to go pretty quickly. had 200 grams of yarn that I pre-soaked that we didn't use. Which, who knows? Maybe we'll come in and we'll do something with that too. We'll see how I'm doing. But yeah, a lot of times, as I flip through the different settings, a lot of times when I'm waiting for something to heat up, what I might do during that time is edit a video or something, or sometimes working on a plan. Like today, my notebook didn't really have much of a plan. I labeled, because I didn't know how many yarn bases I was going to pre-soak, and the 4 that I did pre-soak and label are distinct enough that I didn't need to mark them A, B, C, D, but I did mark it just so that way I could remember what I had, the brand, you know, in case it's a base anyone wants to learn more about. And so I do try to keep track of things. But anywho, all right, we're starting to look pretty good. So I'm going to have to put my mask and everything back on. I'm going to reduce that one. Oh no, ready is the light. I was going to say, like, I see that side, it says is ready. But it's fine. We're going to go for the aesthetically pleasing way today. Okay. And it's like maybe eventually there'll be short form content. I'm excited to actually make my rainbow. So let's see, we've done 6 different colorways so far. Okay. Start at the top. I'm speckling the color on, but I'm not going particularly light. I can always do a second pass and bring in more color. But you'll see that, like, it's spreading and moving down there. So, this is why we wear glasses and everything. Because what if I tapped that? Because what, I tapped the edge, but the lid was on, thankfully. But if the lid wasn't on, then that would have been no bueno. I feel like we have a card game or board game or something called no bueno. That there's some reference besides just being no good that is in my head, and I cannot remember the reference, which is going to bug me. Okay. Probably should have moved all the dies closer to me before getting started. Now, our yellow, I am going to give myself a little bit of a wider net. Just because I know what happens to it. But I feel like I went pretty wide with the orange too. The nice thing with a soft blank is that the surface area is such that we don't need to add nearly as much dye. So if this was 200 grams of yarn in skein form, I would want to go ahead and think about my words. If this was 200 grams of yarn in skein form, I would definitely need to flip it to apply dye to the other side. And there is no reason why you can't flip yarn that's in a soft blank form. And in fact, I need to write that down as something to do at some point. Because I think I just haven't done it. Someone could remind me when I sit down. I want to dye both sides with a soft blank. But because it's so thin, color usually goes through. But I often don't even bother moving soft blanks in between dyeing them. I mean, sometimes I do. Sometimes I move them as I go. Okay, our blue is going to be pretty small. I went a little bit bigger with the other colors than maybe I should have. But see, that's the thing with a soft blank, is that we can get a matched set of yarn. Now, the one downside of a sock blank, and I'm not a sock knitter, I don't wear socks, so that is the truth over here. But the thing about socks is that one thing that would come into play with me a lot is that, okay, if I'm not going to use all 100 grams of yarn, then what on earth is going to happen, you know? And I still don't have like a good answer for that. Like in theory, I should have shrunk the entire rainbow. To just allow space. But I'm honestly not mad at this. Purple Pop is not super purple. It is very pink. Even though the powder looks very purple. And so it having more blue on there is not a bad thing, although it'll just mean it's less fluorescent. But that's definitely a mea culpa. The orange. I was too exuberant with the orange, or else the orange just spread that much. That is what it is. All right, I'm going to take this yarn mop to the steamer basket to steam set. Rinse off my gloves. And we're going to let this heat for 30 minutes. So I feel like one of those colorways we did at the beginning took me like 20 minutes to set up. This took what, 6 minutes? So there can be a lot of variability in how much time things end up taking. Okay, let's rinse this out. Now, sometimes with neon colors, then I end up wanting to let it sit for longer than the 30 minutes. But sometimes it doesn't matter. It's just sometimes, like, there'll still be color present. And I know that with certain colors, and I'm looking at you, Caribbean Blue, Purple Pop, and Fluorescent Fuchsia, you take more time. I'm just adding some acid on. And so then sometimes I want to let it sit. But I feel like I added a lot of these colors too close here. But again, it's still pretty. It's a gorgeous rainbow. And so I'm not mad at it. Let's see. What if I were to speckle another rainbow, then flip it and speckle the other side with different colors once I brighten with the other jewel tones? That is what I was thinking about not for a blank per se, but I was thinking about that for, and I'm going to, oh, I need to write these down, not in my notebook, in my list, which like is a goofy thing. Okay, speckle, rainbow, one side of yarn neon, other side deep colors. Or doesn't have to be rainbow. Dye both sides of a sock blank. One progression on one side, then flip and do another color. Because especially like with blanks, if you do powders, then it's maybe more likely to strike. But a lot of times, like you get really good color penetration. But a thing that I don't ever do, ooh. Okay, here's my idea. Or try this with double stacked sock blanks so they're thicker. Okay, so my idea would be to have two sock blanks on top of each other. Or to have sock blanks in the pan maybe folded or something. Because then the two colorways would be a little bit different in theory because the dye is more likely to hit like the top than the bottom. But I don't know. Wolf, thank you for reminding me about the flipping the sock blank. I just wrote that down. And I'm hitting my table a ton. And so if I had tried to do this exact colorway with other neon colors, maybe it would have been more speckly, but like on sock blanks, it really does depend on the pigment. Because there's some sock blanks that I've done like this and the colors spread and we get good coverage like we're getting here. And having dyes that strike slower definitely helps with that. But there are other times that I've done sock blanks where, and I think a color like peach, whatever peach, is it creamy peach? I don't know. Whatever that peach color is, that one took more time. Or that one struck so fast that it didn't really spread at all. Whereas the blue did. And so there is that. But now is also the time in the video where I have to say, please subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss a new video. This week I'm posting every night. Every single night. And so you don't want to miss any of it. And so the best way to find that out is by subscribing and turning on notifications so you never miss a new video. And okay, I've done almost 4 hours. That's not bad. Okay, I am going to check something really fast. Oh. Yay. Oh, wow. I never thought about dyeing wood with fiber reactive dyes. That's so cool. Like, that's just, the creativity and the things that people create is just absolutely incredible. After the kids' art show this year, I completely nerded out with the art teacher because I helped break it down, and I love the kids' art teacher so much. Okay. I don't think I've received that yet. Uh-oh. Unless I got a package and the kids. Uh-oh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Sorry, everyone. I bought another furret plushie for my kid. I'm trying to track the package. Oh, come on. Because, you know, this is riveting stream stuff, right? Oh, it's delivered right now. I think this is going to be bigger than I thought it would be. Oh no! I thought that, dang it. I mean, it's adorable, but he already has it. I thought that it was a different. Oh, Lauren, thank you so much for donating to the Trevor Project. Because from the shape of it, I thought that it was going to be like a different. A different shape from the ones that he had, but I think that this is the same because it's like flexible still. Oh man, I got so excited. I mean, he's not going to be sad. It's his favorite Pokemon. It's the same. I thought it was smaller because of like the way that it showed the picture. And so I thought that it was just like a different shape of like all down on all fours of the ones that I had, but we actually have this already. Well, it's very cute because like the picture had it like this, and I was like, oh, I have a little one that's up like this, and so I'm like, oh, that's different. And I was like, no, he has this and a shiny version of it, but I mean, we'll just have to take one to like my dad's house or something. It'll be fine. I just have to hide it before he gets home. He's gonna be like, I already have it. It's like, well, kid, too bad. Okay, wait, there was a question. Raven Wolf, you brought some yarn from my Etsy shop. Thank you so much. When you finish your project, where can you post images so I can see what you made? You can post, you can message me on Etsy. That is an easy way to do it. Or you can post on my Facebook group, ChemKnits Lab, and tag me in there. That's another way to make sure I can see it. But yeah, it was like, I asked for like Etsy messages to be about shop related things, and it 100% counts if you want to send me something that you made with yarn you bought in the shop. Send me a picture. You can DM me on Etsy. I think that there is a way, and I don't know. Because we were talking about posts. Because what I don't know, there's a section in my behind the scenes of YouTube. Under the community tab, there's viewer posts. And so I don't know if you go to the community. Oh. But these are not all. Oh, those are top. Newest. Fine. Yeah, so supposedly other people can post on the community tab, which I don't know how that works. Okay, I'm going to go to my page. posts. See, that doesn't let me post. Oh, create a post. Yeah, you can create a post on the community. If you go to the community tab on your phone, you can post on there. I don't know how that works. And if someone wants to help me test it, we can see how that works. But that conceivably could be a way to share things. But yeah, I'm like, oh, I don't know. Yeah, unfortunately, Tara, I'm so sorry that you fell asleep before lives. Yeah, there's no good time for me to stream for everybody that watches, because it's like if I stream, because even streaming in the morning in the US is not convenient for a lot of people who are in the US, but it's convenient for me. Like when I used to stream more in the evenings, I realized at some point that just became so hard for me, especially when I go to bed at like 8 most nights. Awesome. If you test on YouTube, if you leave like a comment in the regular like comments spot as well, then I can go and I can check, because I don't know if it shows up on the main feed. But anyway, I'm glad to know, because this was another thing we were talking about earlier, that there's a new way to DM on YouTube. But you can't just DM anyone. You kind of have to like invite other people to be able to DM you on YouTube, which is handy. But I think that the reason why that YouTube is doing that is because they realized that people started going off platform. Like they would share a video with someone in like Instagram DMs or on Facebook or something. And so they wanted to like keep people on platform. Thank you. Thank you. Ooh. It's getting windy out there. I'm watching my cherry tree just like go all over the place. I don't know how much time is on my timer, because I'm not going to be removing the yarn. But okay, it's been about 15 minutes. All right, if I move that, I see some of these pinks move. The thing with Purple Pop is that it is a color that breaks for sure. And I can mop up some of those colors. Yeah, I went super heavy with the orange. That was surprising. But the other thing that can be hard to know sometimes is how much things are scrunched in varying parts. Because, it's like it's possible. I mean, the orange is going to be massive, but it's possible that the blue could be bigger than it looks. Unlikely, but technically possible. I can't believe I rebought the same ferret that we've had. Oh, I'm so excited that there was a new one. I do have a giant ferret pillow that he doesn't have yet. I mean, he's gonna like not care. It's so soft though. And I guess I shouldn't complain because it was only like $7 or $8. But oh, someone bought something. Thank you, someone. Thank you so much. You know who you are. But yeah, I will need to stop soon, because yeah, I'm gonna want to right now, like the hall, I'm basically like where I am I'm like in the hallway in my kitchen that goes in between like the front hall and the dining room and the back door. So you can still technically get out the door, but you have to go all the way around the other side of the island, because the island is like right over there, and then this is the wall where I stand. And then I used to try to film, like I set up in my office like shelves that are a good backdrop for filming. The problem is that the light in that room is so bad that I would get frustrated. And also, my office is also a giant hallway. It's basically a walk-through closet. And it just has boxes stacked in there. So it's really hard to reach. Yeah, my pleasure for keeping you guys company. Yeah, I'm probably not going to be streaming much longer. I just, I was like debating if something's going to be happening with this colorway. Because what I should have done, cooking show wise, is set this up and then moved it to the stove off camera and brought another pan over. which is just not what is in the cards for me today. But we dyed so much yarn. I do miss streaming more often, and I have not forgotten about my Dying to Spin series. I had intended to try to finish spinning all the singles off camera, but this summer I will be bringing that back. I will do some more streams, which might be more spinning of singles, but because I haven't finished that yet, but I am planning on bringing that back. I have not forgotten completely about it. But yeah, I am Rebecca from ChemKnits. Thank you so much for tuning in while I dyed a bunch of yarn and we raised money for the Trevor project. What are we at now? Earn, giving. What's player for education? Huh. Okay, we have raised $482.92. No, more. We've raised $502.94 for the Trevor project. Thank you so much, everyone. We did it, and technically there's also the $25 that went off the website. But $500. The fundraiser for the Trevor project through YouTube will be open through the end of July. I will be adding it to more videos that come out over the next month and a half or so. But you can always go directly to Trevor Project's website. I have that linked down below. You can go and donate through their website directly. And yeah, it is, again, a phenomenal organization that provides support and crisis intervention for LGBTQ and questioning youth. And yeah, it's so unbelievably important because, you know, kids and also knowing and sharing that this is a service that exists is important because, you know, kids need to be able to talk to grown-ups and have a safe way to reach out to grown-ups, especially if they don't feel like they are supported for who they are at home, which makes me emotional. I am very lucky to live in a state and a community that is overall extraordinarily supportive of children, and who they are and supporting them in their identity. And, you know, but I know that that is not the same in every state or even in every area. Like I'm in a very liberal town, which I love, but even so, there could be kids that are struggling, and if I can raise awareness and help raise money, then that's the least I can do. The biggest thing that I try to do in my life is to let kids know that they are safe with me and that I am a safe person and advocate for them, and that I would do anything in my power for not just my kids, not just the kids I consider nieces and nephews, but you know, my kids' friends. I would do anything. Thank you so much for donating to a local charity in Scotland. Oh, on a happier note, we've had a lot of Scotsmen and women in Boston recently for the World Cup, and it has been very joyful around here. Yeah, but anyway, I'm getting emotional because my biggest fear as a parent is something happening to my kids, right? And so I want to do anything in my power for them to have any support that they need in any capacity. And for there to be something like the Trevor Project that exists, that should my children or their friends ever need something because they don't feel safe coming to me, yeah, That is just so unbelievably important to me. And I mean, it was important to me even before I had children, but the stakes are greater when I know more kids. And so, yeah, I hate that. And like, trolls are not something that bother me, but there was like one short on Facebook, which like got a ton of views. There are some disgusting comments on there. And all it was like, I was dyeing rainbow yarn, right? And I was like, I don't know why. I mean, that's maybe is why it got like so many views, that all of a sudden, like, it brought down the like worst people of the internet to like denigrate like rainbows and stuff. And I'm just like, and it's like, if it's someone that is legit just trolling, I don't engage. I will engage if I think that there's a way to have like an actual conversation. But I feel a lot. And I guess, you know what it is also? It's that I want to teach my kids to care this much about their friends and their community, and to be like, there's units they have at school about being upstanders, right? And it's like standing up for people. And one of the big things that we're working on now is being a good friend, as good of a friend to yourself as you are to your friends and teammates. So like in baseball, when like a kid might strike out or something, Ryder's one of the first people to go up and being like, hey, everyone strikes out, like, good try, like, you did your best, like, don't worry, like, or like if someone drops a ball, literally, like, we've all done it, like, and he's so supportive. But yet if he makes a mistake, he's more likely to feel a little bit down and beat himself up for it. And so we talk about being as good of a friend to yourself as you are to like your friends. And so I hope that I'm raising good people and not troll scourge of the internet people, right? And so everyone deserves, exactly. Everyone deserves to be able to be themselves, and everyone deserves to feel safe in being themselves. Unless, I guess with the asterisk, unless who you are is like completely bigoted and awful and horrible. But someone expressing themselves is not, yeah. I think you all know what I mean. And so yeah, that is very much how I feel. And I don't consider myself to be very eloquent. I definitely lose my train of thought and, just share like as it is, but it really is the way I feel. And I don't think I have a good list this year. But I think it is important to me that also that in some past streams there have been lists, but one of them doesn't exist anymore, to go and support yarn dyers that identify as being part of the LGBTQIA community. That is also something that is really important. I think that we are lucky in the fiber arts world that there is a lot of, I think, representation, but support, yeah, finding other people and supporting other people is good and stuff too. You can be yourself as long as you're not pulling anyone else down. Exactly. And, love and a relationship between people is not something that pulls anyone else down. But anyway, have a virtual hug and high five. That sounds fantastic. I'm going to have to go wash a lot of yarn, but I'm going to then my drying rack, which I never show because it's like messy and everything, but my drying rack is going to be full of bright rainbows, and that is going to make me so happy. So happy. And so, yeah, thank you all so much for joining me today. And I hope that maybe one new person learned that the Trevor Project existed. And if, that helps someone, then that is fantastic. But anyway, I am Rebecca from ChemKnits, and I will see you excuse me. See you here tonight at 8:30 p.m. Eastern Time. Hopefully I will not be late. I hope I'll be here on time. And the night 4 of the 2026 Spring Miniskein miniseries will premiere. Yeah. Oh, the good news is my back is so much better. So much better. I'm signing off. I'm like, I have not noticed it bothering me. I need wood. Oh, my chair. Knock on wood. And which means I've also been bad about doing my PT at home, but I think that like 5 months later, I think it's whatever I tore or whatever is like, I'm finally like, I think I'm back, which means that I'm terrified I'm about to re-injure myself, but I'm being careful. I'm being very careful. Okay. So anyway, I am going to sign off now. Wait, how long have I been streaming? Wait. I can't math. 4 hours. Yay! Not the 6-hour stream. I don't know what my record is. I don't think I can sort my streams by length. But anyway, thank you all so much for watching. And I will, as I said, I'll be in the live chat tonight for the premiere of Night 4. Thank you so much for watching.